want to share the link so that you can be downloading that. Christopher, I'm forwarding it to you so that you can post it on the group. So Christopher is going to share with you in a short while. You should make sure you have the Power BI desktop version. Then I'll give you a quick tour of how it looks so that you can, it's no longer, you're no longer a stranger to the tool. And yes. So let me mute it. Okay.
If you mute and you're recording.
So
you unmute and reduce the volume.
Okay, let's do that.
Unless there are two machines that are.
Is there an echo for anybody who's online? Okay. So the thing Power BI is at one point or another, it's going to be most likely the newest. Everybody could do stuff with Excel. Not so many people are good with it, but eventually you find yourself making a budget. So as more and more companies are actually getting more data, you may not everybody will use it, but it will become very good. You say it is affordable. The desktop version is free. The link has been shared to you. So please try and download it. Now. Yes, I think you need to mute. So maybe what I'm saying is just trying to make it good. I want to share something to show you the trends in the market of how Power BI is doing. I'm going to share one starter chart, two something that we can all do very easy. Google Trend to see are there jobs, is there interest in Power BI? I hope you guys normally do that. So let me share with you and show you over time what is happening, and you can do this also. Let me stop sharing and then share screen. So the biggest competitor to Power BI, and a lot of people are always wondering, should I choose which one? And I know I teach it now. But everybody sells them. Sorry for the This is what the Google Trends are showing. I'm comparing Power BI jobs and jobs. That's all worldwide. What is the period over the last 5 years? And clearly you can see the interest is on the side of Power BI. So there's a lot of interest in the market. That is where the trends are going. We can experiment these by probably looking at Kenya, looking at other parts, and have a feel and taste of where data visualization tools are hitting the market, the ones that have the highest market share. I also want to share something on the market share. Now, this is an analysis that was done around 2021. There are a number of visualization tools that are very competitive. Of course, the obvious Power BI, but the Zoom metrics, they kind of do analysis on market share visualization tools and what is really doing well. According to these analysis done in 2021, they are looking at two factors: completeness of vision and the ability to execute. So that's my case, because this one shows clear that
when it comes to completeness of vision and ability to execute, around 2 or 3 items are actually leading the pack. We have Microsoft PowerBI and Tableau. So basically, there's something about Power BI, there are opportunities. You need to learn, you need to know about these things. So you being here is a good decision. Let's proceed. We've looked at why Power BI. I'm really shitty with PowerPoint. I love having conversations. This is what we're going to be doing today. We have seen Power BI is interesting. How are we going to learn today? We're going to start now with common misconceptions about Power BI. Some people think that it is easy. You can learn within a day. It's not true. Now, you may wonder, then why are we having a one-day masterclass? What we're going to be doing today is focus on the core principles. Any of you know the 80-20 rule? Pareto rule. So this rule, it's a natural rule that shows in terms of division or whenever you have very natural distribution of numbers, only 20% of things matter. Points any company. 20% of the people take 80% home of the salary. Wealth distribution in this country, 20% of the population contains 80% of the wealth. And that rule can be applied to many other things, like you're cleaning your house, your carpet. Only 20% of the people will have the most, the other 80%. Now, also when you're learning, you don't need to learn everything. You need to identify what are the 20% important things that you need to learn that cover all the 80%. And that applies almost to everything. In your relationships, what are the 20% things that are very, very crucial to make that contribute to the 80%? Basically, what that rule says, not everything is important. So today, we're going to be try and focus very quickly on the core principles. What are the 20% things that you need to learn in Power BI that can help you to grow with the other 80%? We're nowhere going to learn about everything. I just want you to be familiar with the truth, with the tool, to know the trends, to know what to expect and how you can grow your skills. So the first myth that you can learn within a day, no. You need to be consistent. But you need also to know the core principles. Who is Power BI for? There's a lot of debate that Power BI is probably for only data analysts. Data scientists should not use it. Power BI is actually meant for business users. Power BI is meant to bring coding out of business intelligence. What does Power BI itself mean? The power in business intelligence. And I normally have an ick when people say Power BI. It's Power BI. Please, if you just say that, I'll be like, don't say Power BI. It's Power BI. So the power in business intelligence. So Power BI is for people who really want to get insights without getting a lot of tech. You want to really help business users, help people get insights, business intelligence from their data. You do not focus a lot on coding. And that is why people who have a background in coding struggle. They try to make it fancy. They try to put all those nice coding and what. The secret with Power BI, with DAX and M, simplify. Make it very, very simple. If you can say it in English, if you can look at a problem and understand, this is how I do it. Power BI is for less technical people. And if you are highly technical, you might struggle. You need to tone it down. And that is a good thing. So it means if you don't have a background in computer science, you name it, software development, you stand a chance because this tool is for you. The other myth and misconception, Power BI is easy. Anyone can do it. Yes, and we're going to be looking at that today on LinkedIn. If you go on LinkedIn today, you're going to find everybody posting what they've done on Power BI. It's true. It's very, very easy to create a visualization, but it's very hard to create an effective, clearly communicating dashboard. You're going to see lots of examples on that. So right now, if I challenged you to download the tool, gave you a set of data, you'd create something. But would it be useful? Would it communicate? That is the question, and that's what we want to learn. because everybody is doing it. Because why? It is easy, but it takes hard work and consistency to actually be able to communicate effectively, like any other tool. So Power BI is not easy as people think. You need to put some work into it. Power BI, misconception number 4, Power BI and big data. Ooh, Power BI is very effective in compressing data. Billions, some cases, billions of rows, some cases, even way beyond. So it can handle, for the data scientist in the room, Power BI can handle a lot of data. So do not shy away thinking that I'll go away from Power BI. Only data analysts use it. We've looked at the last two, the market trend and share. But I have a question for people in the room, and this is the question below here. What is the difference between a data analyst, business analyst, sales analyst, business intelligence analyst, data scientist, companies? Any difference between a business analyst and a sales analyst?
A business analyst is looking at analyzing data for any kind of business and the whole business. A sales analyst will be focused on sales data.
Data analyst?
Analyze all kinds of data as well. Not necessarily just business.
Okay. Most of you, thank you, Kapnes. The reason you're here, you have some interest in tech. And I'm sure I've only used Kapnes as an example. If all of us tried to define these, we'd have different definitions. And you guys are relatively tech savvy. So what do you think are employers? Do you think your employers know the difference? So you might stand here and tell me that, I'm a data scientist and I'll be building data warehouses, doing fancy stuff. But the moment they post a job, they're going to post a job for a data scientist, but call it a business analyst. So if you go there without the knowledge, the employer, you'll not go back and tell the employer, but you see the difference between a data analyst and a business analyst is this. So you might as well learn the two. All of us who are in the business of data need to kind of know how to fully utilize this power. And we're going to see why particularly Power BI, in its power to democratize data, is not choosy. Give it any data, SQL, give it data from social media. Power BI accepts it, centralizes, and you can be able to use it. So despite all the differences in the room, we can claim our expertise. At the end of the day, our employers, the people we need to give solutions to, do not know these differences. You might as well empower yourself by knowing how to use the tool if the need is there. But chances are, Power BI will be the next Excel. So thank you for jumping on board. Now, today, what are we going to be doing? We are significantly late. Well, not that late. We're 30 minutes late. We're going to divide classes into two sections, the morning and the afternoon. In the morning, we're going to do something very interesting this session. We're going to be looking at the kitchen of Power BI. I like analogies, and there are foodies in the room. So, what happens in the kitchen? We're going to see what happens in the kitchen. Analogies are good to remember. So the Power BI is divided into a number of sections. I'm going to show you in the next slide. We're going to divide them in 4 sections. We're going to see the kitchen, the dining, and the other 2 sections. Then we're going to have a lunch break. Then in the afternoon, we're going to dive a lot on visualization and data storytelling. Then we're also going to practice some of those and see what are the best practices. Now, on to the 4 sections. And this is good to remember because this analogy can help you know where to put a lot of work, where to put a lot of focus. And I've said Power BI is like eating a good meal. But before you enjoy a good meal, a lot of work goes into it. You spend a good amount of time in the kitchen of Power BI. So what is the kitchen of Power BI? It's another name for the query editor. Now, up to here, I want to confirm, has everybody successfully downloaded the Power BI desktop version? It is free. There's a link that we shared. By show of hands, who has failed? Who is struggling? Oh, it's still downloading. That says something about the internet, yes, okay, so that is good if you're still downloading. We're going to hopefully, as we step more, we're going to have, because we're going to have like 30-minute sessions of theory, then the other you're going to implement whatever we're speaking about. Now, the kitchen is a query editor. That is where, what happens in the kitchen before you prepare a good meal. Geoffrey, what is your favorite meal? Chicken. So what would possibly happen in the kitchen, they rhyme, before you enjoy some good chicken? You have to kill it. Then I hope you'd say slaughter, but killing is graphic. Yeah, then what would happen? Yes, how do you prepare it? Everything in the chicken go to the kitchen and go to the plate. There are things, you remove the guts, you wash, you do something else. If you like any other vegetables, you're chopping potatoes, you peel off. Now, that is the analogy we use in the query editor. And let me see if I can have a Power BI. Yes. So once you finish downloading, this is what you're going to see. Should this be here? And I cannot see it. I cannot see it on my screen. Let me. Well, we'll have to work with what we have. Now, once you download your Power BI desktop version, this is what you're going to see. What I like about this, I said Power BI, what it has over other tools, it is familiar. Most of you have used Excel. By show of hands, who has not? We're safe. So whenever you have Excel, let me see if I have an Excel document or anything that I can. So Excel normally has a very familiar look and feel. We've used it, and Power BI has the same. It has a ribbon here. This is Excel. And you have the file, home, water view going this way. And there's a lot you can do to manipulate your data. It also has the ability to create different tabs. We call them sheets in Excel. Now, this is this is the same in Power BI. This is a tour. The top part, the same ribbon. Then you have three segmentations. You have the filters, where you, and the terms take them literally. You can filter stuff. Visualization, there is visualization, lots of it going on. You can choose your visualization, you can do a lot of stuff there. Then this kind of shows you your data tables, everything that is going on there. That is what you have. You have multiple pages. What in Excel we're calling them sheets. Now, the interesting bit is here. We have these three icons, top left. This is where we are, visualization. I like analogies. Real estate, plot, wale watu brot. Sorry for my Swahili, Manuel. So this is where you do all the goodness happens. This is where you place your visualization. This is where the dashboard happens. For now, it is empty. Here, the second icon here, that is where you visualize your tables. All the tables that you're going to have, you're going to see them like physically see almost how you see them in Excel. Then we have a very interesting part here, something we're calling the model view, where you have your relationships, seeing how tables are related to each other. Who knows VLOOKUP? By show of hands. Okay, I'll shy away from using that term. But it's still good. The thing is, people who know so much also about Excel, who are advanced, also struggle a bit by something that I will show. It's good that not everybody is an Excel guru here. So That is basically the interface, what you're supposed to see. Now, we spoke about the kitchen, and that is what we're beginning with. Where is the kitchen? Go here, and we go to transform data. The kitchen of Power BI, and that is an analogy. The name that we use is the query editor. And once you go on this icon, you're at home, you go to transform data, you click on transform data. What you get is the kitchen of Power BI, otherwise named as the query editor. This is where 80% of your focus should be. This is where you peel the potatoes, throw away any waste or refuse that you have, anything that you're doing. Only the most important things come to the dining table, right? And that's where we have this analogy that you move from the kitchen, you make sure waste everything that you're mixing things, you're mixing ingredients, you're boiling, you're preparing stuff. Then you bring it to the dining hall. Then you present it in the dining hall. Then you do a little, you can either do some eating, or if your food is really, really good, you can sell it. So the dining hall is the next stage. I'm just using it as an analogy. You have two stages. You have the query editor, is the kitchen. You're doing all the work there. The next analogy, once you finish cleaning, shaping, transforming your data, you move to the dining. The dining is presenting, knowing that, hey, chicken goes well with ugali. It goes well. You kind of combine which tables go with what, which meal goes with what. You cooked a lot of meals, but you cannot mix. Which meal would be weird? Githeri and some beef or pork. That's a weird combination, right? So what you're doing is you're placing things well in the dining. Now, after presenting stuff, this is what we are relatively calling eating. Presenting it so that people can consume the visualizations, people to see and to be able to use them. Finally, if your food is really, really good, you go to powerbi.com, you go online, you publish your reports so that other people can be able to enjoy the beautiful meals that you create or that you cook. So remember, those are the four steps in Power BI. Spend a lot of work in the kitchen. Then what happens? Take it to the dining, match, make sure that the tables are connected and everything is okay. That sales table is connected to the territory, to the customer. That is how they go together. Then you create visualization, because all that is well and good, but what does the data say? Finally, when you have something nice to visualize, to showcase to people, you take it online. That is what I'm about to go do very, very quickly. And do I have somebody from Zindua here? I had shared a sample data file. Have you guys received it? It's being shared. Okay. So I'm also assuming that your Power BI. So the first one, you're going to follow what you're going to observe what I'm doing. Then we'll have a 30-minute session where you're going to try it yourself. And you're not going to try it alone. You're going to have an accountability partner. The person seated to you, we're going to match you into tools, and you're going to help each other to do it quickly. Cool? We're all good? Okay. Now, let me have a seat. Now, this is a sample of something that I had done. We're going to launch a new Power BI document and start from scratch. Now, the talking, less talking, more showing. Power BI still downloading? Okay. Alternatively, to hasten the process, you may opt to maybe connect your phone to, and I don't know whether that will, just hotspot. Yeah, the speeds are better on, yes. So try using your phone so that you can download the tool, because we're not leaving anybody behind. We're going to make sure we move together, and you'll have your accountability partner. So I've launched a new Power BI page. That is what you're going to see once you launch your Power BI. Again, we've said top ribbon, very familiar like Excel. And now something Microsoft products. I think there is check on the App Store if you can find a Power BI app for Mac. It's not compatible. Okay. Clearly, I am in a cocoon of Microsoft products. I do know people with Mac also use Power BI. Just a minute, I'll come back to you. So we are going to start in the kitchen of Power BI. And Power BI is like a powerful engine. Joseph, I know there are two Josephs, but I'm referring to that Joseph. You're also Joseph. Yes. What is your favorite car? Mercedes. What do you like about Mercedes? Cool. Imagine Mercedes with an engine of a Mazda Demio. Yes. So the analogy we are using is Power BI is a big engine, but it requires fuel. Hatukuwa na Mercedes, even if you have a Mercedes, you need to fuel it, right? Now, the fuel for Power BI is data. You need to feed it with data. Now, what I've just shown you here is an empty shell. It's a very powerful empty shell that is Power BI. You need, there's a slight lag. You need to connect it with data to be able to use it. It's very powerful by itself, but you only fully utilize the power of it if you connect it to data. Now, here comes the beauty of Power BI. You can be able to connect Power BI to virtually any sort of data, be it online, be it on social media, be it SQL, name it. How do I know that? Once you launch your Power BI, once you finish downloading, please go on this icon called Get Data. And you're going to see a list of endless possibilities of how you can connect data, from SharePoint to a Google Drive to you name it. If you have data somewhere, Power BI is going to connect it. The other beauty, despite the format and the structure of the data, Power BI is going to democratize it to make it uniform and visible. It doesn't matter which warehouse or data structure it was in, you're going to view it in the same way. And that is really beautiful because, as I said, Power BI is not for techies. It's for, I don't want to believe I'm a techie. I'm a person who's really interested in drawing insights from data, and I don't need to learn a lot of coding from that. And that is the beauty of Power BI. So it's going to structure it in a logical way that you can be able to visualize it and clean it and shape it. So let's see how that happens. For the sake of this illustration or this class, we're simplifying it. We're using Excel. But if you look at it, I can connect to a SQL server. I can basically go online and connect it to literally anything. And there is more. Let's just click on more and see what possibly can we connect it with. Excel folder, probably online, SharePoint folder, and SQL server. People who know Access can do it. You name it. Literally, wherever the data is, Power BI will go there and get it and bring it here. The other beauty is business is always changing and different things are connected. You'll have a company that is doing a social media campaign. They have a sales team. They have a shipment. They have all those things. And in most cases, you'll notice that different companies, all of them have different softwares that they're using, and data resides in different places. Now with Power BI, the flex that you have, you're going to bring all that data from Facebook, from whatever they have, connect it, use it to your Power BI, and have one single source of truth where you can show how is the campaign we did last time connected with all these other things, right? So that is a really important aspect of Power BI, being able to bring all the data and have one common sense of location on what is happening in the business. Now, for the sake of this class, we're going to connect to an Excel. Again, as I said, this is for simplicity. You can connect virtually to any other source, but you need, in some cases, the help of your IT. Probably, of course, for security purposes, you have an in-house data house. You just need IT to help you, give you access to connect to that particular database. Now, let us do just that. Remember, this is an empty shell, a really powerful engine. We want to give it some fuel. Fuel is data. Now, click on Excel. Let's just go back. Once you say get data and I say Excel, you can be able to go to the folders, any of the folders where data is residing in your laptop. In this case, once you receive the link that has data, please download it to reside on your laptop, on your desktop.
It's been shared on Slack. It's also been shared on email.
So the file that we're interested in, once you receive the link, is this file. Yes? Yes, Nabo file. Zindua, yes, just share the Nabo data. So once you get this folder, download it, probably a zip file, and have a folder on your desktop or whichever folder that you like. And we're interested first to look at, we're going to look at them. We're going to look at the Excel, how the data looks, and we're also going to look at what happens when you connect. So before I connect, I'll just go to where the file is and show you the files that we want to connect. Now, the file that you're connecting to is Nabo database, is a file that shows sales for bicycles. So let's assume we're all working as data analysts for a company that is selling bicycles. And we want to help the management make quick decisions, draw insights. One thing you're quickly going to learn once you start working with data, that data is always that. And the difference between Excel and most data that we get is the way systems or databases like data, clicked on it, the way systems like data and the way humans like to interact with data is very different. Let me click on it again and see. So the way humans visualize data and the way systems like their data is very different. We like to see, we can connect things quickly, but systems like structure, they like consistency, and Power BI is not an exception. Now, I'm glad I asked that, and I asked and got feedback that all of you are familiar with Excel. So this is the database, Nabo database. There's a slight delay. And what happens is I have created a table. You don't always have to. Data in Excel sometimes can just be a sheet, but once you create a table, it helps with overspilling. It creates clear boundaries on where the data is. So this is just a table, and we will see the difference. So this is the data, which kind of shows sales, it shows customer information, we have product information, we have territories and what have you. Now, this is the data. You have two options with this data: analyze it with Excel or use it with Power BI. We're going to see the flex, why Power BI is the Excel of tomorrow, or even better. And mind you, I don't hate on Excel. If somebody asks me, Excel should win the software of the century or of the decade or what, because I don't know any other software that all of you have used like extensively, collectively, like Excel. So I have a lot of respect for it, and I still use it. There's a lot of place for it, but they are better and stronger together with Power BI. There are instances where you clearly have to use Power BI, and others you just leave for Excel to do its thing. So we want to connect this database to Power BI, and let's just do that quickly. How is your downloads going? We're good? Still slow, even with your phone? Try and switch to the phone, because when we finish this session, when I finish presenting, I would like we try it practically, everybody to try it. Now, again, we are back to Power BI, the shell. I'm going to connect, go to Excel. If I had an SQL, I could go to SQL. Right now, I know that my data source is Excel. If it was SharePoint, I would have gone to SharePoint. Now we go to Excel. I go to the folder that I want, and I select the file that I want. I open. Yes. I love live sessions because unexpected errors happen when you're doing it, and there are teaching opportunities. So it says I cannot be able to connect it because the data ideally is still being manipulated. So I need to close this and now attempt the connection again. So that will be a common thing you're going to identify. If you open a file, particularly in Excel, and try to do something when it's still connected to Power BI, you're going to have an error. Just close the Power BI file and you're good to go. Now, moving on swiftly. Once you attempt connecting to the Power BI file, this is what you're going to see. The navigator page is going to open. It's going to show you options. One, you're going to preview the data before you load it. You have two options. You can choose to get the data to your system, to Power BI, get the fuel to your strong engine immediately. And how do you know whether its data is okay? You preview by just clicking here, by not necessarily the checkbox, by clicking on the table without the checkbox. That is a preview. So I go to the product, I'm previewing the product, and I'll make two decisions, one of two decisions. Your data, and this will be a very, very rare case, will be very clean, and you'll be like, it's good. I will do one of these things. I will load here. So, yes, it's out. Good. Yeah. So, if my data is very, very clean, I'll preview it and I'll simply put a check and I'm going to load it. If you're happy with how the data previews, sorry. And so the purpose of this page is to help you identify, to visualize. Let's say you've gone to a SQL database. You're going to see these are all the tables that I have. Again, we're in the kitchen. When you're making a meal, you don't bring everything from the store and pour it in the kitchen. If you only have a few potatoes and you only want to cook 3 potatoes, you bring the 3 potatoes first, you peel them. That's what we're going to do. We are seeing a list of all the tables that are available, all the data options that are available, and now we preview. Is it good to use? If it is good, and you feel it is good, you can take it to the dining room, which is rarely the case. So what I want to discourage is this load here, this icon here. You'll rather be safe. Load is taking you. Now we have two options: go to the kitchen or the dining hall. Load takes you to the dining hall. Transform always takes you to the kitchen so that you can do the needful. Now, a question or something interesting. You can see I told you we had 5 tables. We had a calendar table, we had a sales table, territory, what have you. But the same tables have been repeated here. This is the difference when you have in Excel, when you create a table and when you create a table, it comes in 2 sets, the table itself and the data as the sheet. So what you're looking is just a copy of the other. Are we all together? Is that clear? So me loading all these would be duplicating what I have. If my data in Excel was not placed in tables, it would look as only sheets. The name of the sheet is what would appear here. In this case, I have not named them. What I did, I went to that sheet itself. I converted that data into a table so that it is, well, I know the boundaries. And I can quickly demonstrate that. Do I have a set of data? Let's see. I know it will not be happy with me opening in the process of loading. So I just wanted to borrow some data here, and then I can have a new one. Now, if I paste, where is it? Just paste that. These and load these to Power BI. This will come as a sheet. what I'm recommending, best practice, highlight your data. If you're using it in Excel, insert a table. You load this to Excel, to Power BI, it comes in tools, the name, the table, and the sheet. So this is best practice. Why we do that in data is, in Excel, before, if I do Control Z, the system does not know exactly the boundaries of this data. There could be something here, there could be some dummy data, somebody might have typed something, and the data just overflows. But once you create a particular boundary, the system knows data just reaches from here to here. So that is very important. Now, that was just a by the way. Let us now go to the kitchen and shape, clean, transform, do something awesome with, let us see what this engine can do. We're closing this. Don't save. Where are we? We're in Power BI. Oh, yes, we also need to close this as well so that Power BI is happy. We want to do now, yes, always use transform. Go to the kitchen. Once you click on transform data, it takes you straight to the kitchen of Power BI. And now we're about to see some interesting stuff. What happens here? I want to, first of all, introduce you again to the layout. Not different from Excel. You have, good, you have a similar layout here. Again, home, transform, and a few other stuff. We're not going to dive so much into these, but I want you to be familiar, have a look and feel and taste at how this thing goes. So you may have noticed that after loading your tables, they come here on the extreme left. We are in the home tab. What are we looking at? We're looking at where the data, all the tables that you have will be here. Extreme right. This is something very, very interesting. All the steps that you do will be listed here, applied steps. And this is one of my favorite feature about Power BI. It's because of its self-documenting nature. You can be able to go and find, you can be able to go and find each and every step that you did, when you did it, which came first. Now, let us refresh. It says the data may be up to 2 days old. Now, whenever you click on a table here, this is what it kind of just shows. Yeah, just refresh. I think I had connected with the data a bit earlier, preparing for this class. Now, once you click on a table, it opens here and you can see the steps that have happened. The steps that have happened here in most cases are automated. Power BI likes to change its data type. It likes to kind of, yeah, it does some automated steps. So what do you need to know about this thing? You need to know how to exit. We're in the kitchen. How do you go to the dining? How do you go back when you finished your work? This is your way back. Close and apply. All the changes that you've done will be documented here. And this is your way out. This is the exit door. Remember, in the dining hall, the entrance to the kitchen, we have not even saved this file, is here, transform data. This is the entrance to the kitchen. Once you go to the kitchen, how do you go back? You use here, close and apply. So how do you get more data? New source or recent source. So for instance, if you want to go back to the same folder that we had, we would go here to recent, take us to the same folder. If you want a new source, now let's say we want to connect to a SQL server, that's where you get it. You can also have the option of entering additional data manually here. Now that is, other tabs help you to shape. Now, what are we pulling up? We're in the kitchen, knives, there's a dustbin. I want to, who can guess what's the dustbin? From these icons, what would possibly be the dustbin? Yeah, this is the dustbin. You have knives, things that are slicing data. You are transforming, mixing things. You have match, you have a pen, mixing different tables, bringing different things together. So we're going to do a little bit of that. But first, there are some interesting things on how data comes in. Power BI and most systems, most databases have a particular way they like data. This is important if you're going to work with data. Most databases like to have a defined column. Humans, if I look at that, I can define whatever is on the wall, I can understand what is going on. For data, I say Power BI is for dummies, and systems are way more foolish than we are. So the data has to be structured in a particular format that does not change. Columns and rows, only that. Columns are very important because all the data that are in a particular column should have the same data type. Everything, if it's date, all of it to go down. If it's sales, all of it to go down. That is not how we humans consume data. We like to be fancy and all that, but systems like consistency and structure. So if you look at this data, we're looking at the product data. The product key is in one column. The same case with everything else. That is really, really important if you're going to work with any, that is how all systems, all databases work. They have that simple structure. This, you give it a column, you tell it this is the name of the column. You tell it another important things. What's the data type? Is it text? Is it a date? What is it? Define the column, then list all the data going down. You fail to do that, you're going to have problems. Please note, probably 50% of the errors you're going to get when doing your Power BI reports will result from data types. If you try connect different things that are different, you'll try to debug, wondering what's the problem. Please, best practice, make sure your data has the best data types, and it slashes half of your problems. Now, I'm going to show you, we're going to pull another table and to show you the difference between how humans consume data, how Power BI consumes data and other databases, and how do we help Power BI align with the data that we consume, because we want the tools to work for us, not the other way around. So let us go back to the same folder, and I want we start with a budget that is simple. I have two sets of budgets. The simple one is the simple version. It's for people who, well, it's for all of us, but I know in this class some people are slightly advanced. They're going to use budget 2. For people who are starting out, I would highly recommend you use the simple budget that I have. Now, John Kamau works at Nabo. He sells bicycles. Again, never forget, for you to be able to become a good data analyst or to do any sort of data, the core is the business. You really need to understand what is happening. So we're selling bicycles at Nabo Enterprises. And John Kamau has just prepared a budget file. And this guy, I can make it bigger. I can see Emmanuel squinting. This guy has sent, Control Z. This guy has just sent, has sent you a file. What is happening? Yeah, it really doesn't. Yeah. So John Kamau has sent us a file, and what he wants, what he's showing us is a budget, and it is confidential information because we have targets to meet. But now you, as the data analyst, you need to incorporate this to the sales. So this budget was designed by the CEO or people who sat in a boardroom and said, these are the targets for this year. But that data is very different from the data that is coming from the sales. You have a Salesforce system that is just generating data as you guys are selling. Now you got what your task is to make sure the data that came from the boardroom is presented and visualized together with the data that is coming from the system. Now you need to take this data. It is human friendly. I can clearly see the categories. I can see what have you, all the months going that way. The subcategories of the different bicycles and accessories that we're selling. It's easy for me to consume, but do you think Power BI will be able to consume it? On the rules that we've just given, data in systems, they consume data in a structured way. Who do we ask this question? Cynthia, what problem do you think Power BI will have with this data?
The structure of the certificate is going down this.
Thank you. Which other problem? Emmanuel, you look at this data, a system. What do you think will be the problem? Yeah? Yes. Oh, okay, okay. That is interesting. Okay, good one. Happiness. Thank you. Systems don't need you to tell them what is grand total, subtotals. That's a good one. Something else. Who else has spotted something that Power BI will struggle with? You as a human is easy. Geoffrey, anything you've spotted Power BI could struggle with this data? Yes. Thank you. The first rows you're defining, we said you're not mixing stuff. This is a gap that Power BI has no idea. What is this? Row number 1, 2, 3. What you should always start with is here. Until you're telling the system, these are they're called column headers, the name of the column and the data type, and the data type should not be mixed. Now, if you come, where do we have, you will spot there are blanks, we have that gap, we have subtotals. Let us load and see how we can, now we need, for a moment, to help Power BI consume data in a machine way so that now all the data that comes in, it can be able. Power BI does not need your help in subcategories. Also, look at this. These are dates. These also are dates. These are dates. These are. They are all dates. Clearly, repetition for emphasis did not work. So, what happened, my people? Oh, the internet. Okay, we're good. Now we need to bring in that table again. Always remember to close it. And I know Mary 1, whoever responds, where should I get my data? Both Marys can support each other. Where I get my data? If you don't know, you nominate another person. Please guide me. Quick. Mary? Sema jina ingine bas kama ujui wewe getting the data. Select a name at random atusaidie. We want to get, yes, we want to get the budget file. Who wants to, what should we do? Yeah?
You may need to close the screen you're on or to minimize it.
Yeah. No, we want to use both of them together. These is sales, people who probably from a different system. Boardroom has given us, John Kamau, we want to bring his budget here and see whether we can make it align. These are no problems. They were properly structured. Now we have an external source that we want to align. How do I bring it in? Yes. Pardon? He says merge. Somebody else? Thank you. So merging, we're going to see it, right? Just chill kidogo, we're going to see it. You need to come here very quickly. You have two options. Now, because we are just getting data from the same source that we go to recent sources. And it tells me it was Nabo. It is not there. Source, now it's a new source, but what type of database are we doing? We're still doing Excel. So I say Excel. If it was Facebook, we want to get data. If it was from a Wikipedia page, we could have done that. If it was, you name it. If there is data, we could have selected the data type first, then we collect. Now, we want to connect to budget simple. I say budget simple, and I open. I know of searching for names. Timothy, I'm in the navigator. There. Next option. Oh, sorry. So I have, yes. What do I do?
First preview.
I preview. Thank you. And what do I do?
You will select it and transform.
Yes. So I have two options. For the purposes of showing you a different way, it is also possible to use data from just a sheet. I know best practice, use a table. for purposes of showing it is possible, you can still use this sheet because it is named. In the other one, they were not named. I did not know what I was loading. They were just sheet. But now here it is budget. You can still use it. Now, here, why don't I have, and I want to ask somebody else now, Joy, why don't I have 2 doors? I only have 1 door. In the initial one, I showed you I had either load or transform. Go to the dining hall or go to the kitchen. What do I have right now? I only have 1 option. Thank you. I'm in the kitchen. I don't need to go anywhere else. So I've fed data from the kitchen. So the only way to go is the kitchen. I say, okay. The kitchen is Emmanuel, do you remember what the kitchen is? Another name for our kitchen is the query editor. That's where we are. Please, I don't want my examples to make you forget the name. Now, we have budget. And now, budget to Power BI, it is yuck. Power BI wants to pick. It is disgusting. Why? So, whenever you bring in something new, you want to focus. Let me refresh this again. You want to focus on here. These are the steps. Power BI is logical. It is simple. It is for dummies like me. It tells you, I start here, I come here, I go there. So this is the source. Please look at the thing that is on top here. And I don't know, have you guys managed to get your Power BI? Probably or not. Yeah. So if you go here, and I've made it a bit bigger, it is, oh yeah, I'm talking about here. So that's the formula. And we also have it in Excel. Do I have any Excel open? No. It just shows what is happening. So every time I click on a step, so what this one is saying, where did I source my file? It was an Excel. I got it from, this is the source, the location of my file. Just that. The next step is just bringing in the navigation. It brought it to Power BI and it just transferred that data into a way that Power BI likes it. Every data source that you bring in will have that step. I'll show you the source. Then if you bring it in columns with title, with a column title, and then it will make sure all the data in a quaternion. But now the problem is, that's the way Power BI knows how to do. But it is looking at this data. One, it has no idea what are the column titles. If it does not know, what does it do? By default, it names them. Column 1, 2, whatever. Then it does not know the data type. What does it guess? It could be text, it could numbers. How does it guess? ABC 1, 2, 3. It does not know what that is because you've given it everything. So you're confusing the system. We want to help it to know what this is. Now, how do we do this? The good thing for Power BI, is it a good thing or a bad thing? There's a button for everything. Like data, in how it comes, we humans are very predictable in how we structure data and the challenges that we struggle with. So the experts, the people who design Power BI, kind of put remember what we said about the 20, the Pareto rule? Yes, and we said it applies on everything. Because, from how much you earn to the problems that you experience to the things that you're struggling with in your life, you only need to figure out what are the 20% of these things that if I move that lever, 80% of my life. Then once you reach there, the other 80% will only have a 20% effect. You finish 100, and you may never get there. So the same case with data problems. 20% of all the data problems you have can be solved by a few buttons. For instance, what will I do to help Power BI understand this data? I want to remove these. This is, Power BI does not care who created the file. John Kamau, you know John Kamau. Power BI doesn't care. Power BI, what else does it not care? The name of this, it has the name of the file, but it does not care. You call it Nabo or whoever. If you want to do that, to be very clear, you can say budget, Nabo budget here. This is where you rename the table. Table name, you can always change it there. So Power BI, basically, where are we? Does not care about all those other things. let me just for a moment remove those. Promotion of headers and change of type is a default way of Power BI just trying to assist you, but in most cases it doesn't work. Well, best place to start, navigate. What could I do if I was in Excel? Who is comfortable with Excel here? Timothy, you said you've used Excel extensively. If you wanted to remove, what would you do to clean this data a little bit better?
One, I could filter.
Yes.
Null values.
Null values, yes.
The rows.
You'll delete those rows. Guess what? Power BI just has the button for you for that. You ask it, you get it. So we go to home and we have remove rows. I told you, Power BI, thank you. Power BI is not for software developers. Sorry, software developer. It's for business people who want to get intelligence. I don't need to know oh, pardon me. This language here is called M. Simple M, as in alphabetical M. This is the sign language symbol for M. So here, do you see whatever you're seeing in the navigation bar? Let me show you. Whatever you're seeing here, this is M language. It looks that is what the system is doing under the hood to shape data and whatever. But for Power BI, you use natural language. It kind of you give it natural language, it does the M in the background. Don't worry about the M. Probably when you get a bit comfortable, you can learn the M a bit. But for now, Power BI uses simple English. For instance, Timothy suggested when we are in a low budget that you would delete stuff here and remove these rows. Power BI is happy to comply. I say remove rows, it asks me, do you want to remove top rows? Do you want bottom rows? Do you want to remove duplicates? What do you want? Alternate rows? It's like, I know this thing, it always happens. I tell it, which rows? Top. So they are the ones. But then it will ask me something. How many rows do you want to delete? How many should we? So I type 3 there. I want you to notice something, that a new step has been included here. And this step is documented here. It's just normally keep it open because the more you see the M, the more you get comfortable with it. Right now it's new, it looks scary, but with time, you'll see a very, very logical way that M is structured and you can be able to use it later on. But just keep it open, familiarize with yourself. Basically, it's saying a note. It just says skip. In English, it's telling, yeah, I have a table, skip 3 rows. And you can see somewhere skip, and that is logical. We're skipping something. And then we have 3. So that is the logical stuff that we're doing. And this is where it's getting the data from. Now, we have done something very interesting. We have cleaned unnecessary data. Something else we need to do. Timothy, select somebody at random. Atuambie what else we can do. A name that you remember. Tunaenda haraka. Masai imetukimbiza. Yes. You've been selected. If you don't know, you select somebody. Who? Let's see your today's. Column, whatever. We need to say this should be here, this should be there. There's just a button to do exactly that. And it is home check up. We're looking at this button. Use first row as headers. I just click on that. And there we have it. Oh, okay. I'll try and huge delay. Okay. So I might as well be explaining what Timothy had asked. Yes, there we have. There we have. I clicked. For people who missed, I clicked on here. Use first row as header, and then here. If you don't know what I did, do you know the beauty of Power BI? Just go back and check. What did I do? I come back a step earlier here. That's where we were, right? Oh, yeah. We would have really done that. If we had a VGA, that's really good. That's a huge delay. I'm also online, so it has to. No, I'm connected online like everybody else. Yes, I have a VGA. I'm old school. Yes, so so clearly the people online are like 2-3 minutes behind. A whole minute.
At times we are not on. We already have something that we can't do.
What's the best way to do this? Yes. Yeah, but now I have to transfer my files. My presentation. Yeah, maybe after lunch we'll try and do. Yes. Yeah, we'll do that after lunch. I'll be showcasing from probably a HDMI and a different laptop. Yes. So what I'm saying, let me see if you can see me move the cursor.
We try a different teaching.
Yes.
Because basically lovely.
Okay. Or maybe we just try. I could send the files because it's important we go at the same page. We be at the same page. Yeah, not so bad now. Not so bad. Okay. It's also taking its sweet time to load. Might actually cancel it. We don't need it now. Let's go back to the kitchen. Yes, it seems we're okay. We're okay, guys. Sorry for that. And this one we don't have a budget. Interesting.
No budget. You change the name.
We named yeah, thank you for catching that. Yes, so we were here. What I was saying is the beauty of Power BI is in self-documenting, but also being able to travel back in time and see, before I did this step, where was I? Just that. So for now, where were we? We had changed the type so that we had all the column names were fixed. Now, one question that I got from Timothy is, how do you undo? Do you think you can do Ctrl Z? In most cases, Ctrl Z does not work because you have this ability to do that. But what you have is the ability to just cancel it there, and it takes you to the previous step. Whenever you create a new step, it drops in. You can also include new steps in between steps. And Power BI does not flow logically. like sequential, one after the other after the other. You can see the steps. I'm saying they are aligned this way. You start here, you go here, you go here, that way. So you can always, probably you can come from here, jump here if you wish. That is important. So all those steps flow normally, the system arranges for you logically. You can always go back and check. I started here. Then you have an error and you think you've messed up. Close that, whatever error that you have, go back to where you are. If you want to jump a bit earlier, you can do that. Now, this is where we are. Let's demonstrate that quickly. We said we don't have, we removed the rows. Okay, let's see. This is where the data came in. Data came in there. That's the first step. The second step, we see the actual data, how it is. Then we said we do not need, we don't need those three rows. We removed them. After removing them, we changed this into the column headers, right? Now, I want you to notice something very interesting on how, where just on M, this is just a by the way, don't get, I hope you'll not get intimidated. A logical flow of things, of how things are going. But okay, so here is where we are. For the sake of time, let me show you other things that we can remove to make this data consistent. Now, one of the things we need to specify is, you can see that the data is flowing, we have repeated data. This date, this date. Ideally, all these dates that flow that way should only be represented in one column because they're all dates. So all the same data types that are related and are doing the same thing should be connected. So if all these things are connected, product key is not, these are data that is one set of data, but this is data being repeated. All these data is being repeated. Remember, Power BI does also need a grand total. It will be able to do that by itself. So I need to remove grand totals and also change these data that is now being repeated unnecessarily, creating unnecessary columns for the same type of data. Because if I were to name them, would I say date 1, date 2, date 3? There'd be no need. I just need one set of data that represents this data. If I was doing this in Excel, for Excel users or lovers, I would unpivot. Funny thing, Power BI has the button for that. So I would highlight the data that I want. You can either highlight the data that you want to unpivot or the opposite. It's actually very easy. If you want to do something to your data that is, how do we call it? What's the term that I'm looking for? If you want to start shaping, transforming, use the same language. We're not software developers. I want to transform my data. It is on the next tab there. It says we have home, then transform. So what do I want to do in my data? I want to unpivot my data. I want data that has been repeated to actually now flow continuously. So what will I do? I will unpivot my data. I'll say unpivot other columns because these ones are okay. Unpivot other columns and let's see what happens. Now I have something that the system has called attribute, but all the data are flowing together. All the values are in one coherent column. And I can now do something which is very important. I need to specify the data type. This is a date, right? So I need to make it a date. Then we're going to see we have errors. We're going to come back to that. These are numbers, pesa. So I need to make that into actual numbers. The system does not know what it is. I'm going to tell it that is a whole number. Then, and I hope I'm not so, I'm slightly ahead. Yeah. Oh yes, imefika sasa. Then I need to check my data types. Are they okay? Are they okay? I can see these also needs to be numbers. I convert here and make them numbers.
At least you just say.
Oh, the product. Yeah. Oh, so I should mention. Oh, good. I'm assuming yes. So I'm looking at the product key. Ideally, a product key should be a number. In this case, it was undefined. I make it exactly what it is. Please, is it getting complicated? Is it clear? Good. Where did I get that?
Are you changing that from undefined to?
Oh yes. So if you look at all columns, thank you. Good question. If you look at all columns, you can see that for every column, it has the column name and the data type. Remember, 50% of all your errors in Power BI will come from data type. Always look at the column. Is it a date? Make sure there is an icon that shows it's a date. Numbers. If it says A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, the system is saying, I don't know. It's saying basically that's a string for people who know software development or programming. If it just combines that a string of stuff, specify. If it is text, you don't need to specify. The things that are crucial are numbers and dates. If you don't specify that, 50% of problems there. So now we have something that is interesting. Whenever you define some, I've come to this thing after and pivot. The system gave it a column name attribute. Of course, we can change it to give it to name it date. We know it is a date, but it is showing me an error. Who knows why we have an error? Yes, Joe. Yes, this is a wrong data type. Remember what we said about data types? The grand total was here, and to prove that to you, I'll move a step ahead. I told you you don't need to panic when you see errors in Power BI. Move a step before the error. We can even move. Oh yes, if the error has disappeared, and then you can come and see there's a grand total. So that what I did, I came and defined this as date. I said everything that will fall here is a date, right? But is it true? Is this a date? Where is it? Is this a date? It's not a date. The system was like, wait, oh, I don't know what this is. So it just highlights an error, and that is what I got here. In the next one, it says, this is an error. Your data type, you're saying everything should be a date. You're giving me things that are not dates. So what you need to do, again, spotting patterns. Power BI is not difficult. I'll just come. I say these things don't flow logically, and somebody has their mic on. These things don't flow logically. I need to come before the error happened, insert a step. And the step that I want to insert is to remove anything that I don't want, filter out. So I'll go to, I know there's a delay. So there's a column that is named attribute. Before I change it to date, that is where I am. I hope you're there. Yeah. I just need to make sure that I filter out anything that is not, total, anything that is not date. So the pattern probably will have subtotals, grand total, totals, you name it. Zile nyingi ni grand totals. But the consistent thing that is there, whether subtotals, grand total, you name it, the word total is there, right? It's repeating. That, yes? You have, Nini? What do you have? Are you in a column named attribute?
Yes.
And for you even have a category?
Yes.
Interesting. So what I'll do in this column named attribute, I'll click here and I want to filter. I want to create, I want to do right click. And I want to do text filters because as per now, before I change my data, the attribute and the type of data we have is a text field. So what I'm giving the system is text data. So I want to tell it, I've spotted a pattern. There is data that is not, should not be here, and it has a pattern. It has a word. So I'll come text filter. Then does not contain. I'll insert a step. Remember what I said, that you can move, you can introduce a new step, either below, in the middle, anywhere. So I'll insert a step because it says there's a step below. What is my step? I've automatically, it has selected a filter that I did not want. So I did not know what it has selected. That was an oversight. If I don't know what it has selected, there's this gear icon here. So it has selected that. That's not what I want. Please note that M language, because that's what we're using here. In the kitchen, there is case sensitivity. So I want to remove anything that does not, we want to remove anything, the data that flows should not contain a word total in that particular column. Clear? That is my condition. I say it as it is. Total is the common factor. I say okay. And what will happen now is in my attribute, hopefully, I don't have any data. All the grand totals have disappeared. Make sense? Yes, sure. Because there was also a delay in uploaded. Did everybody, apart from people with Macs, manage to download the Power BI? I'm assuming that's a yes. Who's stuck? Who would need a little bit of you're a bit stuck. Okay. So the session, I just want to demonstrate, but later on we'll have a session where they redo this. So we're coming to support you. So where are we? So we have removed. Why did we have to? That's a very good question, and more questions are welcome. I'll move this back there. It's Jesse. What's sorry? Benson. Benson. What we're trying to do. Then, that's a very good question. You see, for Power BI, she has offered. Yes, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, so you might have to speak out, or let me just answer because she also wants it. So, unpivoting, why we did unpivoting? Data, we said in Power BI, we want to have every column should represent a specific data that is uniform. And we want to avoid repetition for efficiency, for uniformity, right? So if you had a product key here and you had another one here, does it make sense? You'd have now to say this product key one, product key two. The system would wonder why you have two product keys. Now, in our consumption of data as human beings, how we brought in this file, we had brought in the product key, we had then we had dates, showing every month how things are going. Very easy for humans to understand, no problem, right? But for the system, this is a repetition because this column, all these are the same data. Make sense? Does that make sense? So you need to just take this logically. What unpivoting is, this is where I'm starting from, and then I flow up to the end. Then I'm just taking these, placing it down. I take these, place it down, and then it flows. Please, Capness.
Let me attempt to give it a different voice. We're buying bicycles, we're buying BMX bicycles, we're buying Lucky bicycles, we are buying the tricycles. All of them are different products. So we want to record and say that in January, we had this number of BMXs. In February, we had this number of BMXs. Remember, we have three categories of bikes: BMX, Lucky, and the tricycle for the children. So we have those examples in mind, the three types. And so we have the different months for which each we're recording the budget or the sales of each bicycle. So in January, we have the Blackie, let me call it sales or number. Then in February, the same all the way to December. So in Power BI, what I have gathered is that saying January, then a number below it, February, a number below it, in a different column for each, you're repeating the date function. So what we will instead say is, for product Blackie, we have January to December. So we will repeat black number, black number, black number, black number 12 times and say January. The next row will be a date to record January to December, and then the next one will just be a value to show that Blackie, which dates, and then the value. Instead of recording it and say Blackie, we have January, February, March, April, May, June. So unpivoting, what it does is that the product name or the product key is then will be repeated, assuming 12 times, because it's January to December. But now we will have all the dates in one column and all the values in one column. Instead of this here being, we have a date at the top and then a value below it. A date at the top, a value below it, a date at the top, a value below it. Because we want to categorize and say that this column is only for dates. So we have only dates in it, January to December. Then the next column will only be for values, which will represent this is the value for January, this is the value for February, this is the value for March.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So the key concept, don't have the same type of data in different columns. We are trying to make sure if it's a product, let it be in one column. If it's sales, in one column, if it's dates. Are we all together while we have unpivoted? That is good. We type, so this is, yes.
So what I'm trying to remember is,
Yes.
and I have my own Excel,
Yes.
and I do my own preparation
Yeah.
in terms of,
Yes.
and I load it faster.
Good question. Now, why are we using Power BI? We're using Power BI because of a number of things. Imagine these, John, when we brought this data, I actually really love that question. This document was prepared by John Kamau, the one who said that we don't care. And it was for the month of Feb, assuming. And he said, or probably it is actually for this particular year. Then next year, he'll give you again. Now assume he was giving you this budget every month or every week. These guys are not planning for 1 year. So every week, John Kamau sends you a file. Remind me my name, your name, sorry, is it Michael? Now, Michael, if you choose, because it's very easy on Excel what you're saying, to clean it in Excel and then bring it how we're saying, you'll have to be doing it as often as John sends you. Why we're using Power BI is, once we do this once, even if John sends you every day, these steps here, we're creating a shell. Remember we said we have a very powerful engine. These steps will always apply. You will connect, you create a folder, you tell John, come out, be sending me to this folder, or create an email group, it goes to this folder. Once that data comes to this folder, it will be going through, it's like a funnel, a mold. It will come here, to just, if the data, and you'll see that, if the data always has gray rows, you can't remove the gray rows. It doesn't matter if you send it a million times. Is that clear? So the advantage is you're creating a shell, a strong engine. You pass any data as fuel, it is always replicated. Now, I've noticed we have been running a bit behind, and I've seen people have started cooperating, but I wanted we have pairs so that we can support each other. Thank you very much, Capnes, for what you're doing, and other people as well. So the idea initially was random, but it is logical as how you are. So how should we do it? Just two people should pair, and a person who does not have a partner assignment. I'm assuming you two means Joy does not have a person. Where she's covered, she's good there. You two are good. You two are good. You two are good. You two, then you two, right? Then now we're coming here. These two ladies here. There are two here. You and you. You and you. You and you. You and you. Who are we missing? Yes? Myself. You also okay. I'll support any group. There is a person who called. They are also with us. How many are you? The three of you be each other's accountability partner. Recommendation. What is an accountability partner? Somebody who holds your hands. It should be in this session and afterwards during the homework as well. So the idea is the person next to you struggling with connecting to downloading Power BI. We also want probably to see if we can quickly go to the next session and create a model. So the idea is to replicate what we have done. If you're stuck, ask for help. If your group, you two are actually okay, you can help another group so that I don't have to be everywhere at the same time. So are we all good? You know your accountability partners, and it will continue till we are done with. Yes, George. Geoffrey, yeah. Yeah.
Like you say, once you bring in new data,
Yeah. Yes.
So, for example, the new data that is coming.
Yes.
And let's give an example. We remove the top 3.
Yes. Yes.
And the new data that's coming in.
Yeah.
The top 3 rows are important.
Good question. Yes. So, should I show that? You want to see that as well?
My thinking,
Yeah.
maybe,
Yes. Please.
from what you've explained,
Yes.
is a scenario whereby you receive a weekly report
Yes.
in a particular format.
Yeah.
Say it's a sales report,
Yeah.
a production report.
Yeah.
So the format,
Yeah.
the data comes in is the same.
Yeah.
So Power BI, from my understanding, is like
It's a shell.
automate,
Yeah.
to automate the process. Like it's not keeping repeating the same thing. There is like a template. So whatever data comes in, fits in, because it's the same format, same template.
So his question is, what if that format changes? And that is true. Things always change. John Kamau, we introduced 3 lines, and we've put in we put what have we put? A static 3. We typed 3. So if and you're not there, ideally how this report should work, you'll connect it with all the other tables, create visualization, upload it online on powerbi.com. Data will be coming. You will not be doing reports. Probably even schedule refresh. So you are creating a shell. And now the problem is when John introduces a 4th line, what happens? Let us cover that quickly. That is what is covered in budget 2 in your file. So we'll go. This one, I ask you to keep an open mind because it's slightly, you need to follow it logically, but keep your, it's not difficult. Just keep an open mind. What we are trying to do is to accommodate for changing scenarios in business. A very good question. It will always happen, Timothy. John does not care at where we make a Power BI. You've not told him that you put 3. There's a place you put 3. That if I put something, it will change. That will always happen. So I'll quickly bring budget. You remember we pulled in budget simple. And I also want to show you, now John has gotten fired. Another lady is the one doing work, and she does not care about the format. And now she also does not care. This one was for 1 year. She wants to do for 3 years and give you that file. Or if you do it for a week, she has a completely different format. Now look, it's Mary Nyambura who's in finance. And she's giving you the budget. How many now are there? 4, right?
5.
Yeah, 5, because there is even the date generated. Mary really doesn't care. She's come up with her own format. Well, she cares, but she's more thinking about finance than your problems in row number 3. What else is she doing? Mary does not repeat. She has done a pivot table for those who know. Akieka accessories, where you should know these accessories. Mary also likes quarters. She does not care. So this is the data she sent you. It's a different format, and you need to accommodate it as well, because you need to create something that helps the business, but also is dynamic. Our BI reports should be dynamic. Business needs always change. So keep an open mind for what you're about to do. It needs you to be a little bit imaginative, to think, spot patterns, and that is like the best. What do you call it? Door hammers, Marvel fans. If you can spot patterns, if you can spot something that always happens, you can be able to solve a lot of data problems. Now, in this scenario, we'll want to pull. Let me close that, and we pull it in, and see. Are we going to resign, or we're going to work with Mary? Now I have budget. I preview. By the look of it, it is scary. I'm in the kitchen. I say okay. Now, open mind starts now. I want somebody to tell me any pattern they can spot that we can utilize. Power BI, dumb. Machines, foolish. What we're interested in is this category, this one. So, quick guesses for the interest of time. What would a machine know? What is constant? How is this same with Nabo budget when it came in? So nice. There was a lot of noise. I appreciate. What was that? A pump. Oh, okay. Water is also important, but I appreciate the silence. So for the purposes of time, this is what I would do. I will notice that our data is starting at categories. Whenever categories is mentioned, important data starts there. True. And hopefully, well, Mary is also doing the same. Her data has category. So that is the pattern. Despite how many rows she'll at least want to have a categories. So that will be my first thing that I'll notice. The other thing is, we want this to be a little bit dynamic. So we need to help the system identify categories, right? Now, this is what I'll do. Without, again, I'm calling out for open minds. I'll come, under normal circumstances, I would have come to row, remove number of rows, and say, how many do we have? Is it 5? We want to remove 5. Top, 4. We're removing 4. Sour. Rich categories. And that would actually be okay. But now the problem is, Geoffrey's argument. This 4 is manually written. We need it to be dynamic. The pattern that I know is that there is this word category. I want to use it. What I would do, and most people know this, is I would introduce something we call an index. I would identify this category with a number. So I would go to add column, and most databases have either a default, but Power BI, you can choose to give your data. Every row, you can give it a number, incrementing, or you can even design it differently. In most cases, it starts with a 0. I like mine to start with 1. It's more logical. So I'll come to add column. Then I want to index column. And it takes it extreme right. So for every what do you call it? For every row, it has assigned an incrementing number starting with 0. I could have changed that actually. 0. It starts with 0. Systems start with 0, not 1. All the way to the very end. So for every row, we have a number continuing. Now, the interesting bit is, I'm interested in category. So I want to see the pattern, how I'm reasoning is. Whenever category pops up, I want to identify it. And now because I have an index, I want to be able to capture that number that is associated with category. Make sense? Like, category does not matter, itatokea wapi, where it will pop up. So long as it pops up, it will have an index. I don't know what it is. And that index will be associated with a number that is flowing from top to bottom. Does that make sense? That numbers will always start from the top, flow all downwards. Category will appear anywhere, but it will always have a number. That number that will pop, it's an index that is flowing, but it will be with relation to the top. How far am I from the top? Are we together? If we understand that one, are we all aligned? I'll repeat. I can see from, so Geoffrey has asked a very interesting question. If you get, well, this is our data. We've already done the removed columns. How do we do remove top columns? How does the system do it? It starts from the top, counts downwards, you give it the number that you want. See, because we can see physically when you're doing the report, we are there. You tell it, if it's 4, right now you guys have told me 4. You're not systems, you've seen, you've counted 1, 2, 3. Now I'm saying that is the only human intervention part, to see, so that you can do 4. Imagine if we help the system to have eyes to see, so that you as a human don't have to say 1, 2, 3, 4. How we are doing that is by introducing an index that starts from the top, right? A number that flows this way. The same way you are doing. You are saying, you are telling the system, start from the top, count 3 rows, then remove. See, that's what we did, right? Now we want to tell the system, have numbers flowing, but when you meet category, know that is where our data starts. Regardless of where it will be, category will have an index. Are we together there? So the most important thing we want to know is how can we isolate that number for category, wherever it will be. When the index flows, when the data comes in with 5, 6 blank rows, all of them will be assigned a particular index. But whenever the systems, you're telling the system, if you see category, it will have an index number. That index number is the number of rows you need to remove, because that is what you guys did when you told me it was 4, right? You saw. So give the system eyes with an index, because you are repeating the same pattern. The only human intervention there was to see the number of rows you counted, but an index will do the same thing. Now, the interesting bit will be now there. We are there. We have seen, we have introduced an index. It is normally brought at the very end. And I can choose to drag it for the purposes of just visualization and bring it at the beginning. It does not normally go, hey, will these ever finish? Okay. Yes, we should have, but yeah, this will not work. So I'll remove that. Let's see. Yeah, we might as well unpivot. But also unpivoting, let's see. We've already removed. We make the headers then unpivot. Oh yeah, we can actually do that. But now, oh no, we kind of need to do the stuff before. Just bear with me. Let's redo it. We've removed. We introduce an index so that it counts where category is. We want to introduce a new step that will count the number of rows on top. Remember when I told you these things flow logically? So what you can do, because they're flowing logically, you can just introduce a new step on top and clearly mark it, what it is doing. Then you can just go back from where you stopped. That is what we're going to do. So the first step we're doing here is before we even remove the columns. Sorry, let me struggling finding the right words. I want to identify where this is before it comes there. So don't even remove that. Let me do it, then explain it. Okay, we have category. I want to introduce an index column. I know it will always be here. So Geoffrey, we'll do it manually and show you a dash of doing it dynamically. That is where I'm getting lost. So let's do it manually, then convert it. The manual one, we convert it to dynamic. So manually, what would we have done? We would have just gone and removed. We go to home, remove the first 4 rows on top. We say 4. Then we make these column headers. No problem. We just use these as the first ones. Okay. Then we unpivot. So I'll select these ones. I say the same way we were doing to the other one. Transform, I need to unpivot. Unpivot, I need to unpivot other columns. The same way we did to the other. Right. Even before we unpivot, there is an additional problem, my guys. Mary leaves blanks. Can you see these blanks? So for a moment, forget the dynamic for Geoffrey. We're just cleaning for Mary manually. Then I'll show you how to do it dynamically. So there's a new problem. She leaves blanks because the data is obvious. You all know this is accessories. Power BI is not like that. You need to specify every row should have something. Good thing, there is always a button for that. There's always something you can do that. So click on this, right click. You want to fill. You want to right click on top of the column. You either want to fill up or down. We are filling down. We want everything that is blank to be populated by what is up. Make sense? That is just how you normally pivot and pivot stuff. Additionally, we want to remove totals and subtotals. Remember what we did in the first one? We went to filter text. We're still dealing with text. And we want to create, well, what was it? It was the right text filters. We want should not contain. Yeah, normally it does that to me. If it takes something you don't want, you come here, you say totals. Sorry. We do another text filters. Now, I'm interested. You see, the subtotals, accessories, subtotals, bikes, the common repeating term. I hope we are together. This one and this one. The one thing that we don't want is anything that has a total. Grand totals, subtotals, limit. Now, if I highlight on this and text filter, I can say I want these should not contain the word total. That column should not contain the word total. We're together. You and your accountability partner scream for help if you need help. So I have already selected that, but automatically it has selected a subtotal because that's what I had selected. But what we really want is only the word total. So I remove that. Remember, it is case sensitive. If it's so anywhere, anything that has the word total on that particular column will go away. And now my data is getting cleaner and cleaner. After that, the only other thing I need to do, there are queues. We don't need queues. We don't need a grand total. So like these ones we don't need. Remember, we're in the kitchen of Power BI. What do? You shape, you chop, you remove things that you don't need. So I could, anything that is trying to aggregate data, For Power BI, you don't want it. So the ones that you can see and are easy to remove, you can remove them. It's not a must. Like these ones, I can see them. The Q4 total, 2016 total, I don't want them. Before I pivot, I want to remove them. Now, all these, remember, it's the manual way. If a new data source comes with different rows, we'll have a problem. We're doing it manually. Now, after that data looks like that, now I can unpivot. And you remember the concept of unpivoting? You want to have fewer columns. Anything that is in a similar, anything that is in a column that is the same with another column should be basically in one column. What we have is a lot of dates in different columns. We want to put all these dates and any sales, any number sales in one column so that we don't have a lot of columns. That is what we are doing with the function and pivot. Also in Excel. It is, yes. So good. So the data that is repeating itself is what we want to unpivot. It has been pivoting. So categories is not being repeated. That's a good question. Subcategory, if I go here, there is no other subcategory, right? If I go to product name, there is no other product name. If I go to product key, there is no other product key. So that data is good. Those columns are valid. But if I go to Jan 2014, I'm pretty sure I'll find another Jan somewhere. Like this is the same data is the same data as this. Jan is the same data as Feb. All those in terms of data type and content are same, right? Whatever that is flowing in that column is the same content. So we want all of it to be clustered, to be placed in the same way. Make sense? So I'm going to select everything that is ideally for me to unpivot. I would select the starting from Jan 2024, going all the way. It will take me forever. So I'm reversing. And then I would say unpivot. So I'm selecting the ones that I don't want to unpivot and saying just that. I go to transform, then I say unpivot other columns. These are the ones that are okay. Work on the others. And do you see what I have? Now I have a set of, this is what the two new attributes that I have. I have a date that has been brought together, flowing downwards, and I have values that have also been accumulated together all the way. I have very few columns and data that is now consistent. The data is still unclean because we saw the work. Q, she introduced some new elements. Mary Nyambura introduced some new elements, right? So let us see, before we give them data types. Remember, data types, problem. Before you give data types, make sure your data is consistent. So what do? I go to Q. I can see there is a Q and there is a total. So I'll do this. Text filters again. I want to right click. I want to do text filters. Does not contain. I've seen in most cases it just automatically takes itself there. I click on the gear icon. Gear icon is here. For every step that you have gear icons, applied steps. If you see that gear icon, it means you can be able to change that step in case you made a mistake or if you want to verify what you had done. Now, yes. Yes. Anything.
How do you want to do?
Yeah. Once I've closed what?
Like filtered rows 1.
Yes.
If you close it or repeat it.
Yes.
How do you do?
This is the other thing. If you close it here, that is lost. That step is lost. There is no one. Control Z does not work here. It is documented, but once you close it, you cannot recover it. But if you make a mistake, instead of repeating the entire thing, come click on the gear. It pops this, and it is for everything. Not everything has a gear, but yeah. So if you want to change the source of the data, there's a gear. So if the data is coming from a different source, gear, it will open a table like this, and it will change the source. The same thing with all these. How many do you want to remove? Filtered. I'll have to see that. You try to remove what? What did you try to remove? Oh, you try to remove a particular step, and it says expression error. Ah, interesting. I'll come and see that and see what basically you're removing. Unless probably okay, I'll have to come. I'm coming for that. Now, are we aligned in what we're doing here? We've identified a particular row that has things that you want to do. And that row, I'll just go back to it, is attribute. It has totals, it has queues, it has elements other than dates. We want it to be dates. So I will click on the gear icon, and what I want to do now is say the things that I want to remove. And when you're doing a filter, you can do multiple filters. I can say remove these and these. How do I do that? I can say it does not contain Q, the word Q. Any date should not have a Q. That is logical, right? What else should it not have? Let me go to advanced. If you click on advanced, it gives you options now to remove multiple things. I know I also don't want a total. This is the column. It should not contain total. And I'll say okay. And what is the end effect? All queues and all totals have been removed. Hopefully, now the data that I have, yes, sure. If you want to see the filter, you click on the gear icon. If you want to do multiple filters, you click on advanced. Then the advanced gives you multiple things. It gives you a column, the exact operation of filter that you want to do. It makes sure that we're in the same data type. Then you tell it, this is text, remove that one. This is text, remove total. And if I say okay, that will be effective. Everything has been removed, and we have an attribute column, which we'll call it date, and change it to data type date confidently. That is okay. I can hear some whispering. Any questions? Any clarification needed? It has not changed. There's a delay. My attribute, what has not changed? Oh yes, I've not changed it. So you can just right click on the name. You can change it to date. Then the date type, it's always there. Click on date. If there was an error, it could have indicated there. So my data is now clean. And yeah, some values don't have something. So I just, and it says these are numbers. So I'm okay. I look at my product key. I look at what have you. My data is all clean, right? Now, I need to make sure we are aligned on that before we go to the dynamic one. We are good? That makes sense? Yes. Yes, the data type. If you look at every column in Power BI, it says category. On the extreme left, there is ABC. That is text. There is always an icon before the column indicating. And that is what I'm saying is very important. Emphasis on very important. This ABC, this icon that is data here, it is telling the system data type. If my date goes in as text, I try to do anything connected to other tables, something, problem there. So make sure in the kitchen of Power BI, I say this is where you work the most because your data needs to be clean. If it is clean, problems hakuna, no problems. So that is important. Once you have these things, data is clean, columns are good, you'll have very, very little problem. Now, the open mind part comes here. Open it wide this way to a new idea. The indexing idea. Now, my data will always work. It will flow. If somebody gives me data that comes in the same structure, data that comes with four blank rows, that will always work. But Mary, she might be in a bad mood. She might give me 6 rows on top. And I don't want to be there to always check how many rows has Mary sent me this time to adjust. That is what we want to address. So that item, we will introduce that concept as just identifying the number of rows dynamically. Tell the system, create a pattern the way you saw it was for. That's why we were using the index. That's why we introduced the concept of index. And this is not the only solutions. There could be multiple solutions. Can you spot a pattern? The pattern I've spotted for me is that when this data comes in, the column headers always start with a category. Somebody else could spot another pattern. It's not cast on stone. So for me, with that, I was like, and index starts with 0 and it flows down. That is what I want to do. So I'm introducing the dynamic way of doing it. Now, dynamically, what will I do? I'll come here just before the removed rows, because that is where the problem is. We want to just come here and say that the next step is remove top rows, and it has a static number 4. It's about to come. So I've come here because this is the controversial, this is the problem. I want to address the problem here just before. And what I can do is introduce a whole new calculation there. And I've said, keep an open mind. I want to say insert a step and end a step. And give them visual markers so that I'll remember the data, how the data flows. But before I introduce that, I want you to notice something. When I come here, at least this is not. So this is my last step. I want you to view this, and you can spot that it's called change type. That there is a hashtag that starts with renamed columns. Please spot that this is this. That the renamed columns is always the previous step. Clear? If I go to, I'll use a different one. We are here now. It's going to load. They are renamed columns, right? In this M here, it starts with the hashtag. It always refers to the previous step. What is the previous step? If I look at this without looking there, I know it is filters one. It will be filters one. If I go to filters rows 1 and look at the next, what will be what should we expect? This is what. Yes, that is always what we should expect. You see? Wait for it. So I'm here. Yes, like normally by default, Power BI is logic consequential. So it starts by sourcing data from the previous step. What was the last step that you have? Then I'm starting there and doing an action. Then it comes to the arrow. It picks data from the and continues. How do you identify it? By a hashtag. That is clear. That's how you can spot where is my data, and normally without you manipulating things. From everywhere, you can know that from the top it passes. This is what I've done. The next one is that. That's how data passes. That is clear. For this one, we've not followed anything. This one, we've not introduced anything. Can you? We that's what we want to do right now. Yes. For this one, it's checking everything as well. Now, what we want is to use the power of Power BI of time tracking. You can be here, but you can refer here. You can ignore everything else, because if this one is sourcing from here, you have the ability to source from here and ignore this one and data. That is important. Steps, but when you are below, you can source, but you cannot from here, you cannot source here, because this one is a product of you. So basically, we're saying time travel can only happen in the past, not in the future, because logically you need to have existed in the past. So you cannot change the future, you can only change the past. Now, if Now we go back to the what are we calling it? And after this, we'll have a break. We're going to the problem where we had a static problem. Emmanuel, do you remember what was the problem with this? Remove top rows. We were removing 4. Do you know the problem with that? These 4 I typed, right? Now what Geoffrey is saying, if Mary sends me data that has 6 rows, will it match? And this thing has been automated, we created visualization, it is on the cloud. These error. Now we want this 4 to be dynamic. The system to identify, replace this 4 with a number. Now, what we will do is just come before the problem arises, before that 4 forms, that step is on here, change type. I will right click and I'm waiting for the system. Tell me if the system is with me. I'll insert a new step. Are we aligned? I'm introducing a new step. Insert a new step after. And it will tell me, yes, you're introducing a new step. It is still flowing logically. Now I'll rename the step. For visual representation, I'll say start here. And mind you, I've said this is for an open mind. This is not normally, I said Power BI is simple. This is a rare case where you want to be dynamic, where you want to be smart. This is not typically the things we do in Power BI. This is a request we are granting Geoffrey. So I want to create an actual visual marker, something that is very, very clear, because you remember our data flows logically. So I want me to be able to see and know, oh, this is where I introduce a new step. That's why I've called it that. Then I enter. So that is just a marker, a new step. It is blank, it is nothing, it is just flowing. And once you introduce the new steps, nothing changes because it is just speaking from the previous step. Can you see? Yes, I've right clicked, I've selected like now, I'll show you another one. From the start here, I'll right click and well, I'll just, yes, right click and insert a step. Now the step that I want to do is to insert, and tells me insert a step. I want to add a column. That is what I want to add, an index column that is going to add those things. So basically that's what I would have done. So even this one is not important. Just you can just add a column, the step will be there. So we are at start, I've added a column just manually, right? I've added an index column to count everything. Make sense? So up to start here, we were okay. Okay. Our data, as of the way it is working perfectly. Data flows in, everything is okay. What we are accounting for is for dynamic change. Business always changes. So what I'm doing, I'm identifying. I want to introduce a block of steps just before the problem arises. Why is our problem arising? Our problem is arising at remove top because we manually type 4. We said we looked at it, we subjected it to 4. If you take this thing online, that 4 will not work because if it changes to 5, if it changes to 3, that will be the problem. Up to there, we're okay. Somebody would say no. Now, I want to introduce a new step before my static number, my number that is not changing, because if I introduce after, I'll still be subject to the static properties. So by that, I'm being very deliberate, visual, because I'm not very smart. I'm a guy who follows logic. I'm introducing a visual element. I right click, I insert a step. I'm saying now, I'm starting here to introduce something new. You can name it whatever you want. I insert my step. and then I rename it. This step is blank. I'll rename it. Yeah, right, rename, yes. I'll call it, and I'm calling it, I can call it start. And those equal marks, you can put anything. I'm just putting that so that it is visually, I'll just know in my logic, there's something introduced here foreign, because it is foreign. And once I enter, nothing is wrong with my calculations. Why? If I go to the next one, it is just picking from the new thing that I've introduced. You can see it is picking from start here, start there. So nothing, no new concepts. So I go back there now. The thing that I want to introduce, I've spotted a pattern in my data, that my data always starts. The column headers start when the word category is mentioned. That is true. Then I've wondered, me as a human being, how did I know number 4? How did we conclude it was 4? I started from somewhere. I said 1, 2, 3, 4. So I started from top and I counted 1, 2, 3, 4. Could the system possibly be assisted in doing that? Yes, by introducing an index. An index will start 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Starts with 0, you can manipulate. So if the system could know exactly, we want to pass a number to the system to help it understand how many rows should it delete. Now, the argument is this. If we can be able to give all rows a number, wherever category will fall, whether 8, it will mean there are 8 rows that need to be deleted, right, on top. If it falls on 4, that way. Make sense? So that is what we want to introduce. So I want to now right-click here. Oh, not even right-click, introduce an additional step, which is now introduce my index. Insert, I introduce my index column. And you can see now it has added an index column at the end, at the very end. Don't worry about it. We just know it is there. We don't need to bring it, but just know for every row, including the category one, and we know it will fall somewhere here. It will be here because these are where the column headers are. For every row, it will have a number. So the number we want in this case is number 4, right? Because that is what we gave it manually. But you see the system has been able to generate some numbers. Now the question is, how can I be able to extract these number 4? So in the kitchen, can you be able to get actual numbers? Yes, you can. I introduce another step. Insert. Yes. And what I say is, what I say now, because we have another step here. Imagine for me to only get number 4, I'm only interested in category. I could simply do this. Like category will always be there in that row. So I can filter and get a category. Kwa pamoja up to there. I've just filtered, mi nimebaki na category. I'm interested in number 4. And I know category, I'm interested in category regardless of the number that is the index, but we know that is what will drive our logic. You've not understood. Okay. Let me just go back. Joking. Okay. I'll delete. Up to the index part, we are okay. We are all okay up to the index part.
No, how did you
Wait, okay. Maybe the delay is also.
Yes, you wanted there, but you couldn't.
You did not, you just saw it pop. Okay. So I'm at start introducing a new concept. I go to transform data. So I'll go there. Sorry, I go to add column because an index will be a new column, right? Makes sense. And if I go, I've told you this thing is not for geniuses. It's for people like you and me, unless some of you are geniuses. There is a column that is saying add index column. You see it?
Yes.
And it is true, you can do that even for fun, for every database. all it does is this. No, no, this is not part of our data. But now, and it is not accessible email. So I'm bringing an index that is accessible here. Why am I? The reason I'm bringing an index, is it understood?
Yes.
Who is stuck with why I'm bringing an index? Yeah. Where do you remember when we are filtering? We're removing rows. How many did we remove rows? How did you know it was 4? Logically, like a normal human being. Where did you start counting? On top, right? You came and said 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But you as a human had to see to do that. Now, what we're asking ourselves is, in the event that changes, would a system be able to know how many rows to remove? So what we have discovered, please remind me your name. Evelyn. Evelyn, we have discovered something special in our data. That our data has a pattern. And I've said the beauty is in patterns. That these data always start, important data always start in a row, in the E column, in the very first, whenever these is mentioned. Not these, not these, not these, but whenever you mention category, important stuff starts there. So logically, as a human being, you said 4 because you 1, 2, 3, 4. Isn't it? So it was between, that's how you got your 4. So category had something to do with it. Did it? It had something to do with it. Now I'm saying this is the number. We're introducing a number here that we're calling index by going to add column and creating an index column. Then we're numbering all these and saying we'll only be interested in the corresponding number, whichever it will be for category. If you put here 20 lines, it will be pushed back, but category will always be given an index. We don't care which it is, but that is true, right? Up to there, we're okay? So can I now create the index?
Yes.
Now, I'm at start here. I'll just go to add column. I click on index. By default, new, it will tell me insert. It's a new step I'm inserting. It will create an index column on the extreme right, starting from 0, covering all my data. New data comes in, a new number, it's added at the bottom. So category, because it's what we have, we'll always have a number. I don't know which the number, but now I'm interested in finding that number because that number is key to us being able to tell the system how many rows to remove. Up to there, so far, so good. Now, I want to get number. In our case, it's number 4. I know because we have done it. We'll test and see if other numbers work. So what I am doing is now manually helping the system in my design to identify. I come and create a new step by filtering, just identifying where category is. I just want category, nothing else. I'm just interested in that category. Only that row is of my interest. And again, for those who feel a bit intimidated, I told you this is a classic case, a very rare scenario. We don't do these every day in Power BI. We're just trying to accommodate a scenario that may happen. Now, I have a very simple table. This is a table of 1 row and multiple columns. I am interested in this category, but far more, I'm interested in the very last column that has a header called index. And what number is in the index? Number 4. That number will always be the number of rows that you need to delete. Whenever, if you add new category will drop up, or if you delete, it will always change. So that will be a dynamic number. Does that make sense that that number 4 will not always be the same if rows change? So if you add stuff on top, category will be dropped down. So the index number will change according to the number of rows on top of it, right? So number 4, we've already accomplished something because we have a number that's no longer static, it's dynamic. Now, the fun part is extracting this number. Get number 4 and know how to give it to the system, right? Now, in systems, and I hope there was a chalk. In systems, yeah, I'm very bad with the online one, so I might try to explain it on Excel. In systems, whenever you want to retrieve a particular number, if I want to retrieve something from any of these, Power BI to give me this value or these, whatever is in any cell, you give it the number, you give it a row, you help it position. I'll tell it, rows always start 0. I'll tell Power BI, this is row 0 and this is the index. Let me visualize that in Excel. Because the silence tells it all. And we're quickly finishing this so that we can go to more enjoyable stuff. So I'm saying we have town and we have population, population, and we have value. So I want this to be Kisumu, Nakuru, population, let's in millions or in thousands, and the money that they have also in millions. Now, I'm using these to visualize something that happens in Power BI. I can add one more, Mombasa. And this is 68, sorry. 6, 5. Then, as I said, I like in data, in Power BI, it will always have column headers. Oh yeah, let's add something else. Index. Yes, index. Then index rows always start from 0, so and so. Then this is what we are visualizing in Power BI. Now, this is a system index. These are columns. If I am interested in Power BI to extract the population of Kisumu, I will give the system 2 instructions, only 2. Basically, location, X and Y. I'll tell it the index row, always start with the row and the column name. Timothy, what would I tell to get 65? What is the index row and what is the column name that gives me Kisumu's population?
So 0, index 0.
0 and?
Oh.
And pop. Clear? Index name. Happiness. Mombasa value. What would I tell the system to give me Mombasa value? I want to get that 6. 2 and value, right? So that is how you extract stuff from Power BI. You give it a row, it always starts with 0, then you give it there. Now, ideally, you are able to tell 2 because you can see it. But in our case, that's why I simplified a lot of information to only have a very simple table that had only one row. So what is the index value, literally, of this row? What is the index number that you pass by? Just the index. We're not saying column number to return. It will always be 0. Like in terms of a table, right? Forget the index, we are looking at it as a table for Power BI. Huku. Ni kama nimekuambia tu hapa. Sasa that's how our data looks like. Now the new data, it has category. Now let me actually redo it. our data has category. No, yeah, it has category. And sorry, category is actually the, what do you call it? Let's see how it looks. Yes, so it has a column header for now. Just bear with me. The column header is Nabo budget. So our data, it has a name. Here is Nabo. Sorry, we name these as Nabo. Venye tu iko, and then hapa iko na category. Remember that's a column header until named otherwise. Then iko na rows mingi huku. Then mwisho we know we introduce something called index. True, and it has 4. Then hizi ni vitu nyingi ambazo mimi sijaeka. Unajua tu iko na mingi katikati, mwisho iko hivyo, si ndio? So I am interested in extracting this number 4. What row number and column name will I give it? 0 and index. Because remember, this is, forget, we're saying this is a table. Always, the first row always starts with 0. So this is 0. And if you want to return 4, give it that. Right? So we're implementing that. And I said this was a special case. It's we're addressing only Geoffrey's question. If you can marinate on it, it's not a normal case. So I'll come here and I filtered. That's what we have. Now I want to only get that. To be able to extract things, I'll say 0, and then you need the what are those brackets called? Yeah, you need the square brackets and curly brackets. I've just changed it there. I've told from that table, give me, from the look on your face, I need to go one step behind.
Yes.
I have this. Na imeenda huko ni kubwa sana. Mimi nataka iko hivi, tunajua. Yes? Okay. So we go slightly behind. We had an index.
Yes.
Then I came here and I said I only want this. So I clicked on here and filtered manually. But because I've put the name category and it will always be there, the system will always filter the word category. Right? By filtering category only, I created a new table that has a lot of columns and only one. And rows in systems always start with 0. That's where we are here. And the good beauty of Power BI is that you can just move back and forth to show in case somebody missed something, you see? Now, as it loads, let's see now the category it is. We had a category. It's a table. And that table is similar to what I visualized here. Right? This one. And we have stayed in systems to get, this can be a lot of rows, but for you to be able to get the exact number in a particular thing, you need to just provide location. It's like geotagging. You need to give longitude and latitude. I'm saying, I don't know, what is the longitude and latitude? This is longitude. Okay, geography, nobody knows geography. You just need to point an intersection this way, that my data is here and here. My data is at row 0, index, pop, it gives you the data. So I have a long table in Power BI now that is giving me, wait for it, I have a very lengthy with many columns. It has the word category, but I'm only interested in index here. So I do the same. I say this is row 0 and I want a column called index. It gives me 4. True? So the answer to all these shenanigans, all this query now is number 4. You can see the number 4 here. Load. Number 4. Number 4 should be here. Here. That's the number 4. We've kind of now that is okay. Geoffrey ataninunulia. Yes. Geoffrey ataninunulia soda kwa kuuliza swali ngumu. Aya. Muone lunchtime. You see him at lunchtime. So at the filter, we are the filter. I added a new step, custom. Then after I'm getting data from previous. Remember, data always comes from the previous table, right? Data is coming from filtered rows, which had only a table called categories. So that data is what is being brought in now. A table is what is being passed. Then from that table, you can understand the filtered rows. This step was only giving us a table. You bring it here, up to there you only have a table. Then in that table, now we had the table like we had in Excel. I'm instructing my system. I'm giving it now, it's a table, coordinates. It's a flat service, it's a table, coordinates. Longitude, latitude. 0, index. 0 is what? Row number. Index is what? Then column name. Only that. And I have number 4. Now we need to test this. I need to end. My experiment needs to end because I have been able to successfully get a dynamic number from a system.
Together with you up to when we add that step.
Which
custom one. Custom one on the end.
Custom one.
Yes.
Okay.
That's how you.
Yes. I'll repeat that.
The end part of it.
Oh, imekuchanganya. Sir, I'll say it again. Oh, na ile kitu nakuchanganya actually is just the curly brackets.
Not even the curly.
Yeah. So
you edit the M.
Yes, I've edited the M. Sorry. Some of these things are nini. So up to there, niko kwa filtered rows and I have a table. I have a table like I had in Excel. Si hapo tuko sawa? Then your table, you know that whatever you're in one step in Power BI in query editor, you move. Unakumbuka the way you're saying you pass. So this step, the one called filtered row 2, it represents a table. And that is what you're seeing. You can see what you see is what is there. Now, I create a new step. I call it custom and I can rename it. I'll actually call it end. This is where things are ending. When I create a new step and I can do it again. Let me do it again. Yes.
When you click the 2 steps,
Yes.
mine has the same table.
Okay, but
Yeah, exactly. It should be exactly that way. I've just passed. Let me show you. So see, you are here. Mimi na wewe tuko hapo. Mimi na create. I'm inserting a new step. And I go manually. I say insert new step. Hata sijui itakuwa nini. Whenever you create a new steps without saying exactly what to do, it just passes the previous step. Sure. Hakuna kitu ingine, because you're just saying from the DAX. Do you see what it's doing? It is just fetching previous and awaiting new instructions. If you give it new instructions, well, if you don't, the other step will pick from there and continue. It doesn't care. So we are there. So we are saying what we have basically. This step called filtered row 2. What does it return? It returns a table that we can see, which has one row, multiple columns, and we have one column that has a header called index, right? So we are interested in extracting that. If somebody gave you a table, ilikuwa imechorwa hivi, between like wrong latitudes and longitudes, then the address, even that's how we do geotagging. How is your address? Longitude, latitude. You can pinpoint a location. That's what systems work. Only that the longitude or latitudes, the rows always start from 0. Then and you need to specify which column. So kwa DA itself, kwa M, the M language. That's why I forgot to mention. In my head, it was clear. I introduced just that. Rows are always given. Zinaitwa carry brackets. People, software developers, Evo. If you want to pass a row, Evo, index name, square. So nitaiambia niko na hii table. Give me something that is here or here. If the table was a bit bigger, I could also experiment and show you, but we don't want to. We don't want it to be a bit bigger because we want it always to be 0. That's why we filtered by category so that the table will always have one row. The 0 will never change, and also the index will always be there, right? So that's why I'm just coming here, introducing these. And then I say it is 0, then I introduce square brackets. It asks me what's the name of my column. I say 4. Oh, sorry. And I've said index. What's the problem? Why do I have an error? Yes, case sensitive. It gives me 4. Like the output is 4. But and you can notice vitu zingine huku zote ziliharibika because niliharibu nini. Now up to where? Up to here. We're okay. We're okay when tumepata 4. Sasa we are as good as done. I'll just rename this and say this is where my experiment ends. Because this was very unnecessary. This was Geoffrey telling us stuff. Now let's see if we can use what he said. Now my experiment ends there, but my flow is still broken. Why? Because Power BI is following sequence, and what I'm passing it is end. And now if you give it number 4, end is returning number 4. And then you give it different instructions. So I need to move from here, come back here, come here or change. I need to skip. I need to tell it. You remember, information is being passed like this. This one gives this one, this one gives this one. Then you introduce something. I need to ignore these new steps that we have for now and say where we source your information from here, from steps ahead, because that's an experiment. Clear? Timothy, we're good?
Because we have already done whatever we are doing in that.
Yes, yes. We were using the same data, but now but everything is broken because we've changed the shape of the data. No data is stored. What I'm saying now, this one is sourcing data from end. It always speaks from the top. But you can tell it, by the way, you know you can source your data from before we started our experiment. So if I change here, our data will be okay. It will assume, unaona itakuja 1, 2, 3, itaruka ikuja hapa. And you see this was not necessary. It was for fulfilling his quest. So then we will see if we can use this number because we know it is returning number 4, right? So let's try that. Now I want to stay where here. Instead of it sourcing, oh sorry. Now I'm still in M. And I told you the only thing you're dealing with is hashtags. It's telling from the previous step. I'll come and just try and edit that manually. And then type. That is where the data was before I started an experiment. My error has gone away. Does that make sense so far where we are? Now it's as if we did nothing because data flows from one to another. Now we introduce a foreign concept in between. But now we are telling it for a moment, ignore it. Do it how you do it. But now there is something beautiful. If you look at these, where we are, where the problem was, remove top rows. We were typing something here, 4. But these 4 now can be gotten somewhere. Does somebody know where the 4 can be gotten?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now I can tell the system, don't wait to be given more 4 manually. Get it from here because end equals, if we go to end is giving us number what? See number 4. And it ends there. Like we just got the data, we managed to manipulate it to give it a result of number 4. Right? Then that was just an experiment. We kept it, we marked it like this is a clear calculation for only columns. So it returns 4. Then we tell the data, do it how you are doing it. So if I come here and say, instead of 4, I pass end. Has my data broken? Oh, I moved too fast. Yeah. Now all steps have their own hash. You don't need even to think. You start typing, it tells you there was a step before. So let me just, it was, let me show you how it was. It was just 4.
That is, you're editing end.
Yes,
You're editing.
I'm not editing end. Where I am now, we are assuming. Do you remember before we did this static? Niko kwa hii step. Do you remember I assume hii start to end haiko? Kwa sababu kwa hakika, we've marked it and it is not there. Like we are sourcing data now. This data is being sourced from here, right? From the change type.
Yes.
So this step is being skipped, but this step is returning a value called for. And that is the value we want. It is dynamic. We don't want a number 4. We want a value that could always change depending on when the rows change. Clear? So when I'm here, I come to this row, the remove 4. I see that now I have the ability. There's this number 4, which is static. We typed. There was an icon. We typed. Now I'll just go tell it, pick it from n, because n always calculates the number of rows that are empty. If for those marinate on this, it does not have to be very difficult, but I hope you see the importance why Eve actually decided to do it. It's the opportunity to show you that you can, data is flowing downwards, but you can be able to jump around, skip around, and be creative about it. And now when we change, is my cursor there? If I just go, I don't need to know syntax or thing. The thing that I'm interested for is something that starts with equals marks and ends, right? So I'll say, I'll actually, let's see, if I start typing end, I've typed end, and it has brought me a step that has end. And end was returning number 4. So I'll say, plug my end there. So that change, that is there. Now we want to experiment. And the data flows normally, like nothing happened, because data is coming from here, flows here. Then in these remove top columns, if you now click on the gear icon, you see, it has no, that is what it's passing. It's not passing number 4. It's dynamic. Now to experiment, we'll go to Mary's document, add rows. See, does the system know what we're doing? Clear? Ama ni ngumu kidogo? Yes, lunch. Yes, this is like where we do. Yeah. So let's change the numbers. We go on a lunch break, a quick short one. Then we'll come do just one slight bit. Now we'll move from the kitchen. We'll go to the dining and experiment kidogo before we jump on visualization. This was a bit hard, but I said that this is a rare exception. This is when you know the best practices. Now you're trying to kind of fill in the loops of dynamic, because without us introducing the dynamic aspect, was it difficult? Yeah, but it was an opportunity to see that you can do this. You can move, you can introduce new ideas, new concepts. So let's see. This is the table as it is. Let us go to Mary's before and then we just go to lunch. We open Mary's document. It was budget, and that's why it was reserved. I said we should start with a simple budget. This budget was a bit ngumu. You're editing the simple.
The same step.
Yes, okay, makes sense. Yeah, it's possible. So we want to actually see if we add insert. Now, I don't know how many they are. I don't care. It could be 11, 12, right? I save this document. That is now the new format that Mary Nyambura has decided to be sending this thing. I want to see if my data will crash. Ideally, with number 4, it will crash. Let's see. If you go to end, which number is returning? Do you see? What number do we have? 10. Makes sense. I know ni ngumu kidogo, but keep an open mind. Okay, so the same experiment. On simple, on the budget simple, we use a static number. We are going to lunch now. Where was it? Simple budget. if I add, you remember simple budget, we had removed how many? 3. If we add, what will happen? Budget simple, I want to add like 3. And I save it. If I attempt to, where is it? Here it is. Now, this is, oh yes, we had called it Nabo budget. So if I refresh, oh, even, you see, it has broken. Why has it broken? Because I've introduced the rows that are coming here from the source. Now we have more than what we were removing a fixed number, and that number is changing. So that is Jeffrey. It didn't make sense. It is possible, not easy, but it is possible. But I'm hoping the logic has been, you've seen the logic. You don't need to cram the whole idea to know M. You just need to spot how does the data flow. Can I be able to move up? Can I be able to move down? I have an option of an index that I can call whenever I have. So that is the first session. We have gone significantly over time. We'll try and compact the other. But I'm actually glad we spend a little bit more time here. If you're going to do any sort of data analysis using Power BI, majority of your time needs to be spent on the kitchen of Power BI, query editor, clean, shape data. If you don't do that, what is the option? For instance, we might have spent, you might have spent probably 30 minutes more doing it dynamically because it requires a little bit of more imagination. But that saves you, that means this report, as it is dynamically, people are free to do it. It is checked to go online. It can be able to always get data, respond to changing data structures, and that is what you optimally want to do. There'll be options, like I think Michael had proposed, the cleaning and shaping data was looking a bit cumbersome. And in Excel, you highlight, you delete, you do that. That means you'll always do it. I'll spend a week building this day. I'll never do it again. And that's the Power BI way. So guys, let's break for lunch. And it's how many minutes? We want to make it short?
30 to 35 minutes.
Sure.
Okay, let's, yeah, we
Okay.
So, how many of learned a new thing? Your expectations being met? I believe so. I hope he's not loaded you with some complex DAX measures.
Is it too hard? We've not even touched DAX, but we're not touching complex DAX. Is it too hard to give?
But interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, so I love the analogy, the kitchen analogy. We've been preparing something. We'll definitely go to dining at the second session. As we move, as we close our kitchen, we try to tie up the recipes. We also love to have a small kitchen over there. My colleague will give you the full instruction. One thing I'd like to touch on, we have hashtag Power BI Zindua or Zindua Power BI. So those of you who are active on Twitter, or is it X now? Yeah, feel free to tweet or retweet. The one with the most creative tweet will have something for them. So it could be data, it could be airtime, but feel free to engage and retweet on the event. So that's hashtag Power BI Zindua or Zindua Power BI. Yeah, I'll pause there. I'll invite my colleague to give you more instructions on where to head for lunch, and also just get a bit of fresh air. I know
they're from Hell's Kitchen, yeah. Power BI Hell's Kitchen. They look like some of them look like they've been traumatized. They thought Power BI was easy.
Everyone thinks Power BI is easy, but we start from somewhere. So
yeah.
Happy for you. and enjoy your learning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So hi everyone. So we have of for lunch. We are going to have a 30-minute lunch break. So please feel free to lunch is outside the area. Engage, please talk to your people and BI and tries to start a BI.
Power BI Masters and data analyst in the making.
And yeah, enjoy your lunch. Yeah, put in your mind.
Okay. Ali, you okay? Is it too much? Ilikuwa moto kidogo. There's a link that was shared. I don't know if there's well, make sure we do that.
Yes. Give you I don't think someone is really in, but
Yes. Okay, makes sense.
You work with Power BI.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't have made a conscious decision. Yes, I know, and I know what you know. And of course, everybody has to pay for their product. Yeah. Yes.
I know in Excel, you are trying to and then now we load the new data. Not sure why.
Normally, sessions way longer. I have companies that cost 3 months, so you kind of lose data. So, but I do still the value. What I think I'm hoping we can achieve is Sometimes just knowing that those options are there and seeing the data, even guide you even to Google, and it opens your mind to, I know that there is a lot more you know. Exactly. And you start, you don't even know what you're doing. Hoping that will inspire.
Someone's here.
Yes. Yes. What we have, in this guy, I work with a guy from Seattle. So he's like really big about it. He has really big ideas. We have a online course. We train Power BI beginners and consultants. So you
Your first name.
no, we don't do consultants. Now we go
You're Muslim.
maybe for me. So we are very small.
Oh, you said it
For me,
Yes,
Power BI.
then I put it in one.
For him, actually, we focus on now people who have learned about don't know how to say. So you learn how to become Power Yeah. So let me grab something.
Oh, you want
I haven't seen it.
So we have that. Because I'm thinking if we can also push this logo so that somebody can pass it. So that's the game plan. A little bit. So, Duty, can assist me? Yeah. We should go. Yeah. Just right. So is that enough? Yeah, because that one also needs to move. That chair, that guy. Where the chair you're touching. Because that's also unavailable for people to pass. Can even move this. Or like this. No, but the speaker is usually here. Somebody that side, if they want to.
Let's tell people, relieve yourself before.
Sure.
So we can have a seat. We can read before.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they can even use that. That's the plus.
Feel free to sit anywhere.
Exactly. So I can use, I can do an extend on the share screen. Yeah. So that these are the screens they're using for. Yeah. And we can now open the windows. Yeah.
I think this is okay.
Yeah, this is a
There's two people here. Okay, that's in the yeah, people here. One, two, three. Okay, you can just speak up like really, maybe like the same.
I don't. That's what I think. We'll have to.
This is awesome.
You push it back, yeah. You can push it back. Please do it. We are doing now.
The other route is we close that and to this.
But you're still killing the two people, right? It's a zero sum game. It's 2 plus 2 minus 2. That's it. That's a changing thing.
Does it really kill? Because you can use that corner.
Yeah, I feel like we've gotten our 4 people in. That's all. We have 1, 2, 3, and then next one, yeah, 4. Yeah, and we have 5. So essentially, it's all the issue.
Okay. So then
we just retire.
Yeah.
So we have it.
Yeah. Will inconvenience you a little bit.
You can leave the food. Shikia to drink to kidogo tu. Oh, no. This thing was moved. Yeah, that moved. Yeah. Should night tickets, yeah. Yeah, it should be good. I think we'll get it.
Okay, do you have a question this one? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Already seen.
I think before you even upload it, you go to the menu and where the video is in the phone. Put where the video is in the phone. Use it from there. Then save on the image and upload that into you go straight.
If you feel like you need the second serving, there's that option side. So feel free. Then there's drinks in the kitchen, so don't feel shy. The entire space is ours. Like you want to that anything that you take one second serving, then I can bring that. Another second serving. Short serving. Second serving, second serving. Go second serving. Go.
Coco, you will unpivot. So before you unpivot, you have to make sure hizi kutoa hali kwa category. Remove. Unaona bado hii icon hii ufanye ikuwe the main Let's go right. Yes, so now make the first row as a column header. Then now, are they? Yes, they are column headers. Now for budget, we're getting a simple budget. Plug in a simple budget. This is relatively complicated. So okay, go here. So make sure you rename. Oh yeah, it's okay. It's budget two. Budget two is yes, that is the simple one. What you need to do before you find out you're not related. You see this one, go back a step, make it big. You don't have no problem, just transition here. Don't worry. Here, what I need is for you to have a window that shows, make it big. Let's see if we can get that. No, I really closed it. No, just a minute. Double click on. Just a minute. Okay. Yeah, if you close that, normally intertwined. I'm going extra. What we need for you is to open. And how do you open the view? Click on not advanced. You to be able to see that. Maybe close it and open it. Normally it opens by default unless you close it. And allow me to yeah, use it in the query settings. Okay. Yeah, that is important. So make sure the category is what is column header. What is not connected? Oh, and it's been charging all along. Yeah, but I think it will last. Pardon? Oh, okay. Sorry. Let's talk to Cecile. Kidogo too. The extension is not working. It's full. Yes, it is. It is. It is. So, let me see. Actually, just use that.
Oh, please. Okay, so you have to choose one that's okay, so
Yes.
No problem.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Everything is okay? Okay. Hot or cold? How is it taking you? As in, is the kitchen of Power BI too hot?
oh,
It's okay. It's this way. It's warm. That is good. That is good.
You're moving to the exciting stuff.
Yes, we're moving to the exciting stuff. We're just going to close with best practices of what to do in the kitchen. Then we go in the dining hall. Am I still online? I don't know. Yes, still. Screen.
oh, so now it's yeah. So we go to the and you say also, yeah, you can just change it as this. You change and then you stay. You have to change this column to our object place.
Yes.
Sure.
What's up tonight? Oh, thanks. Cool. Okay. Let's watch this one.
Is there anyone who's struggling without a laptop? I think there's one or two people who came without a laptop who are trying to offer you laptops. That's fine.
Pardon? Yeah, I think you can.
There's a problem with the laptop.
Okay, guys, we are running behind schedule, so let's save every moment. We are back. I hope your lunch was good, and I hope also the session will be exciting enough. I know you're all full that you're not going to sleep. I don't think. I think it will keep you on your toes. So ideally, this is where we should be. You should have a budget that is working. We've cleaned that. We want to move from the kitchen, but we want to look at best practices, things that you need to remember as you move the kitchen. You move out from the kitchen. So there are a number of things that are very important, especially for people who have extensively worked with Excel. They'll be tempted to do some of these things. Now, we've not touched some of these things, but just be cautious. When we have these tables like these, there's a temptation, if you've used Excel, to connect all these tables, to flatten and have, and forgive me, to flatten the tables by either merging, mainly merging, finding common keys, and you say, for instance, you look at sales, you say, why do I need to load sales and product when in sales there's a product key? I can do a left outer join or just a match and have this. Then you have one table that has everything. That is very tempting. It is not scalable. It is not a best practice. So avoid that. It may be easy, but have your tables clean. Take your tables to the dining hall. Do not mix, do not merge and have what Kikuyus call mashakura. We're in the kitchen. So you're mixing everything and you just want to go and deliver and say, yeah, this is gederi, this is nyama choma and everything. No, make your tables to be clean and take them to the dining. So that is one. The other thing is that be very deliberate with the tables you have. We're in the kitchen. For instance, right now we were experimenting, thanks to Geoffrey, on budget, the budget. We had a sample budget. We renamed it to Nabo. Then we brought in a budget that was bigger, and we're experimenting with that. If you want to build a first model, now that means we have two budgets. Please only take what you need from the kitchen to the dining. How do you do that? If you check, I have already deactivated loading mine. So there is this enable load or disable. So that any table, and some of these tables could be contributing tables. You may bring in 4 or 5 tables that for a good cause, you've deliberately merged them together to create one small table. All those will be contributing tables. Don't load them. It's basically the way you don't take potato peels to the dining. Of course, they contributed to the chips, to the fries, but they don't need to be in the dining hall. So watch out for that. Now, this one, I right click, I uncheck the enable load. It will not go to the dining. Only the tables that I have will go to the dining. Your actions should be deliberate. Nothing happens by accident. Only bring tables that you need. For instance, you're doing a sales report. You don't need them to have, well, maybe you have customers. You don't need to have a P&L and credit. Just work as Lego blocks. Bring only what you need. If ever in the future you need to make your reports bigger, prettier, you'll bring other tables. So let's move on to the next item. We're just looking at best practices. So renaming tables. A lot of tables you're going to realize in databases come with funny names. They come with dot something, DNS. It just has funny names. And people who are data scientists and people do that, they're okay with that. For us, we said we want this to be logical and simple, something you can also pass it on to somebody else. Make sure that the names you're using, for instance, if this doesn't make sense to you, edit it, make sure that what you have makes sense, it is clean, it is straightforward to understand. Now, where do you start when you're building a Power BI report? I know for the purposes of these, we started in the kitchen. The truth is that is not where you start. You start with a piece of paper or blank canvas or whiteboard and list down what do you really want to report on. Is it sales? Is it customer churn? Have 1 to 5 set of things that you know, this is what I want to report. What happens is that when you do not clearly define what you're doing on your report, you're going to bring in tables. And I know you guys love data, sorry. And you're going to get excited by all the insights that you are learning. Oh, you'll see, I can report on these, I can report on these. You create a data monster. You'll have so many tables, so many connections, it becomes unbearable. So start with a piece of paper, list down what you want to report on, the report names. 2, the tables that are involved. That helps you to restrict you. I want to report on inactive customers. It comes from 2 tables, these and these. Then I want to report on sales. It comes from these. Then you realize I only need 4 tables. Those are the only ones you're going to bring to that report, nothing else. If the report, business changes, if the report ever demands for another one, that's when you will go, you will bring it. And that is why we say do not flatten tables. Because if you had flattened everything, and then in the future the report evolves and you want to bring something new, it might not be compatible with the new flattened table. So keep small, concise, and do not flatten them. Best practice, start small. Agile. Power BI is Agile BI. I know some of you right now may look at this thing and think, oh, we've tackled some relatively hard principles. I need to polish my DAX. I need to polish my M. You guys saw me doing some stuff on M and looking at this and trying to figure out where it's going. And you saw there's a logic to the madness. But you do not need to know M to start building useful reports. You do not need to know a lot of DAX. For instance, you only need to know, and we're going to the dining, you need to know very, very little. So how do you do it? How will you do things if you know very little? You approach it in an agile manner. Work with what you know, build something, have something to show, and then, work on that to go to the next level. Mistakes that I see most people doing when they're starting out, they want to be really good at DAX, really good at M, and now you are consistently doing multiple courses, YouTube, just wanting to you're going to learn things that you do not need. Remember what we said about the 80-20 rule? Yes, so you only need to identify, what do I need to learn? What's the best way to identify what you want to learn is by having a real project. We're working right now with dummy data. Useless. We'll create a dashboard that nobody will want to see. Why? It will have no insights. So if you can find a friend, a school, a small clinic where you live that would be willing to share some data that is not confidential, and you use that data to help them show something, see something, that is the best way. You'll have questions. Now you'll only be focusing on customer data. You'll not be focusing on everything. And at the end of the day, somebody will want to see your report. So I know somebody who we did a presentation, I think she's from the Netherlands, when we had a big conference, and she was scaring everybody because she has participated in 30 data challenges within the last 2 years. And everybody was like, oh, I want to be like her. And everybody was like, yeah, she's the deal. We were like, oops. If only you work with one client, you show us that your uncle sells bicycles or your uncle does this, and you had an impact helping her know which color red bicycles sell more than blue ones. That is impact. That is value. So start with where you can bring value. Why am I telling you these? Because we're not just telling you how to learn Power BI. How do you get jobs? How will you use these skills? These skills can be used in anybody who has a system that collects data. You'll be surprised. They do not know how to use that data. And Power BI is a fantastic tool to help them actualize. Even if you only create a line graph for them, that will be useful. It might transform that business. So start small, agile. You don't need to learn everything. And that is inclusive the number of tables that you bring. We've spoken about flattening. Now we need to move to, I really had to find a dining hall that had the Power BI kind of, oh, Isafika, come on, people. Yes, that's dining, the dining hall of Power BI. Now, in most cases, by the time you're coming to the dining, a lot of work has been done. You brought clean data, good data. And now what you want to do is to realize, to understand, you want to create a Power BI model. You can see, cool. You want to create a Power BI model. You want to show this table is related with that table. And the most important table, how do I know somebody is a rookie in Power BI? Calendar table. If your model lacks a calendar table, in almost all cases, there are a few exceptions, but if you tell somebody any figure without giving them a time frame, sales are 37,000 per month, per day, last year. The context of time is super important. So if you show me your model and it has no calendar, then what are we doing? We are reporting, we don't know when did these things happen. Yes, all these are good numbers. There are no calendar table is what really helps to show that you're reporting on something with the putting in time in mind. Then we have the DAX functions. Now these are interesting because there are a lot. They are beautiful, others are scary. And in truth, you only need to know very few. You need to know sum, count, probably if you go so much, calculate. So the sum function, the count function, calculate, others will be obvious. You've used divide. Please don't start, again, we're saying don't start fancy. With those ones, you can do unbelievable number of visualizations. And we're living in really beautiful times where we have ChatGPT. These things will spit any DAX function that you want. The problem is it will not be able to help you if your data was dirty in the kitchen, bad. If your relationships were bad, if the tables are not properly connected, no AI will connect that for you as of now. So best practices, DAX, don't worry about DAX, worry about the kitchen, quality of data to be clean. Now we want to look at relationships because we want to quickly move to visualization. Now, this is where we left it. I'm going to use the door and close, leave, because my kitchen is good. I'm only bringing what I need. So I'm going to the dining hall. Now imagine me holding all the good stuff. Now, when you come here, this is the default page. It's going to load. We're interested in this part. Yes.
What we're doing before we went to lunch,
Yes.
Trying to automate how we delete the first 2 or 3 rows.
Yes.
In, say, budget 2.
Yeah.
We wanted to implement the same on budget 1.
Yes.
Based, because the word we're looking for is category.
Yes.
That cuts across. How would you go about that?
Same. The same logic.
You can't use.
If you wanted, that is a good, you can. Yes, you can. You kind of can, but I'll shy away from that question. It might lead us to the same problem we had in the morning. It's a good question. Yes, it's a really good question. I might nitakuona nyuma ya tent because it will lead us to what we did in the morning. Yes. A short answer. You can be able, all the steps that we had, there's a place that it's called the query viewer. You can see in M all the steps listed. You can copy, apply it in a different table, and everything else will work. That's a short answer. We don't want to go there. Yes. So here's where we are. Yes.
It's more about approach. So put the step there.
Yes.
I assume you can duplicate.
Yes, that is true. So any steps you have, there's a place you can, you guys are, I'll just show you where it is. We're not going to dive into it, but those are very good questions. Because as we said, like we did some good stuff with budget 2. If you go to advanced, and I hope, yes, if you go to advanced, query editor, you're going to view, then it will pop. I went to view, then I clicked on advanced, then all the steps for my budget are here. This is all the M. So these are basically, and why we don't want to do it in here. You can see my start and end, the things that we implemented. All of them are here. So if I ever want to apply this to another, there will be only one problem. The column names would have to match with the other, like a number of factors, but you can easily reuse any formula, anything that you do that were documented at the very extreme, the applied steps. This is how M does it. All of them here. So copy, paste it somewhere else, you have the same result. That was a good one. Now, again, use the door, close. Pardon? Loading in terms of?
Something enable load.
Oh, yes. So the enable load, again, it's data. You have tables. We're saying we need to be, these are reports by design. And these are the reports that we have, the tables that we brought in. We brought in quite a bit of, every set is a data set with specific things, and some of them with shaped and clean. But some of them, for instance, this one, budget 2, the one that was complicated, the one that we've introduced a dynamic concept. We for simplicity, we don't want to use it right now because we already have another budget. We're calling above budget. Clear? So what we've done, we are deliberate in our design. We don't take things in the kitchen. We don't bring a bag of potatoes in the dining hall or in the kitchen, well, in the dining hall, and we don't need it. So we only bring to the dining hall what we need. We've disabled loading this table. It will still be part of the report. It will not be taken to the dining, so it is not visible. Clear? So it is very, yeah, what would happen if you bring it there? It might confuse you. You might now connect with it rather than connect with what you wanted. It just makes the relationships a little bit more complicated. Now, welcome to the dining. A lot of good stuff happened here. So there are these 3 icons, this one, and this one. We're interested in starting here. We're interested in the third one, the relationships one. So you will notice for mine, I have already connected because we're trying to save time. You will notice that it is already connected. Yes, by default, Power BI connects that way, but sometimes it guesses. So yours might have connections. All those connections are wrong because we want to design reports by, we want to design them deliberately. It's a design, it's not accident. Now, what you need in the event you ever find any connections that you have not created, you need to delete them because you don't know that table has connected to the other table in what instances. What we want to achieve now in the relationships, we want to identify. If we were working on Excel, you would have gone to the sales table and the customer table, do a pivot, find a common column that some people say they don't know VLOOKUP, so I'm trying to find a simple of explaining this. Yes. Who knows a foreign key, a primary key, foreign key trick? Who does not know? Let's do the other way. Who does not know what a foreign key is? Okay, good. That is clear. Now, when you have 2 sets of data, and we have sales. So remember, we sell bicycles in our analogy. And in selling bicycles, there is a system. There's somebody who is issuing receipts, and the data is collected in this table called sales. Every time a person buys, what do we collect? The product that has been sold, but every product has a product key, a number that identifies that is unique. So this is what we call a primary key. Something, well, for every item, if it's a product, let's say in this number, what would be probably a product key? Let me challenge somebody to think. If for us, we have a product key, who knows what, Timothy, what would be a product key? Something that is unique and will not repeat. I'm sure it's not a name, because I know there are two Josephs, there are two Marys. What would identify you uniquely? Pardon? Date of birth? We could share the same date of birth. ID number. It is a unique identifier. So for all data sets, for unique items, products, customers, everything, for ease of work, systems work with unique identifier for a product, for a name, for a transaction, right? You do M-Pesa, you get a unique transaction that does not repeat. That is a transaction identifier. But you as a customer also have a unique identifier, which is your ID number. Go to hospitals, they'll be registered, but not just by names. They'll also be issued by the government a unique hospital identifier. So that's the same case with almost all tables that we have. Calendar, for instance, the date will be a unique identifier because there is no other day like today. For customers, the system automatically, you see, we call it customer key. That is what we are basically saying is will help identify who has done what, and so on. So a quick example to make that clear. This is a customer and they have bought from the sales table. Now, if you wanted to know, maybe I've bought 10 times. You have two sets of data in Excel. One has customer name, unique, it does not repeat twice. The other one has sales. Everybody, where every time I buy, naenda mbali kwa nini? We have M-Pesa. We have M-Pesa transaction. Every time you transact, you use M-Pesa, right? And then Safaricom have their own, customer list, identifier of who you are. So they can be able to send you a monthly report showing you how much you have been able to spend that month. How do they do that? They just match. They go to the customer has what? An ID. Then for every transaction, chances are in that table, there's also an ID. So they'll filter in the table that is for transaction using your ID. And then all transactions that are there will be viewed. Does that analogy kind of make sense? So how you connect? So how do you know two tables have a relationship? If, for instance, the sales table has a relationship with the customer table, because customers buy and there's a customer key here. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I hope I will. I am in sales. I have found a customer key. In most databases, it will be uniquely specified. Well, it will be key, it will be number, but yeah, best practice for you, add the key if it doesn't have. So if you see any word key, it means it is a column that I can use to connect. If I filter here, I'll also filter the other table, meaning I can connect it with the other table. Are we together? Emmanuel, we're good on how tables connect, or you have a question, clarifying question? You're good. Awesome. Now, I'm deleting this so that I can show you how. Yes. Pardon? That's a good one. So what I'm deleting, I've not mentioned because I want to tell them what they are. So I'm deleting relationships and I want to show you how I created them. Now, relationships are very important. and I want to show you the importance very quickly because we need to do visualizations. But if you don't do these things correct, there are no visualizations. Maybe there could be, but they'll be very useless or misleading. Now, the first thing I want to tell you is there are types of tables. Types of tables. So, in most transactions or in most databases, there are transaction tables that we call data tables. We call them data tables because they are data heavy. They are long and contain a lot of information. They kind of drive the report, or they are the reason, they are behind the reason why we're doing the report. For instance, if you look at this, we have sales. Forget the budget first. We have sales, we have customers, we have a product, and we have a territory. Like randomly, Michael. Where is Michael? Yes, which table do you think could be the biggest of all these? We're looking at customers. Sales. Why? So sales, you're correct. Sales is probably capturing every transaction that happens. Think you have a small shop and you'd have a list of products. You'd have a given set of customers within that locality that come to buy for you. And, what else do you have? We only have those two things. You have products you sell, you have customers who buy them, and you have the shop. But the one thing that would really, really grow is every time you sell to somebody, because the customer can buy multiple products, can come multiple times in a day. The sales table will grow very, very lengthy. That is the driver of the report. It's called the data table. Data table, data heavy. It's what's driving the report. All other reports are lookup tables. What are they looking up? Who, what, when, how, when. Customer, who. Calendar, when did it happen? Product, what did they buy? Territory, from where are they from? Now, that is important because that is the connection you need to use now when you're connecting to understand what is the main table and how are they connected. Now, I'm just moving this for a side. Normally, to help myself, I am very deliberate with how they look. I just make them a bit longer so that I know this is a data table. The rest are lookup tables, right? And now, before I connect them, I just want to visualize them. Sometimes it's called the star model. I know it's difficult to see how it's a star, but that's the star model, where we have one thing and the others, they've lifted up their hands like this, or like fingers like this. So you have one table that is the main focus, everything else should come there. Now, the reason I've placed them on top is because I want you to also have a visual, the connections that you're going to do. They're going to be like filter transmission wires, conveying information from top to down, working on gravity. We're going to find something to connect, and data will be flowing from top to bottom. That's why I've placed them that. It's deliberate. If you do a filter on the customer name, that information should flow with gravity because it's on top, and then come and have an effect on the sales table and filter everything on the sales table. So that's just the best practice to help you visualize where is data coming from. In most cases, you're slicing and dicing the sales table, the data table, using lookup tables. Now, what is the characteristics, if you want to remember between the difference between the two? What do you call them? Data tables are long and skinny, right? Because they don't have a lot of things that are happening, explanation on text. This transaction happened, another one happened, then it grows this way. Lookup tables are short and fat. To visualize that, think of a hippo and a giraffe, skinny, and a hippo, right? So always make sure you know which tables you're working with. Now, the importance of having relationships. I will show you that in a jiffy, just right now. Now, think of this. I have sales. Now we are deep in the dining, and this, there's a delay, yes. Now, this is the panel that we have, and I've just clicked on a visualization that is a table. Here, I know it's coming. Here, these are all the visualization you can use. For testing purposes, or when you want to, first of all, building your reports, I recommend using a table. The icon itself says it's a table. So a table is when you throw data there, you experiment, see if things are okay. Start with the table, something visible, nothing fancy. You want to see the numbers, yes? I'm on mute. Let's see, let me unmute myself. Maybe they're shy to say. It's okay. They can hear me. Oh, awesome, awesome. Where was I? So you open a panel, a new one, and you want to test stuff. I'll recommend start with a table. Now, there are a lot of things you can do here. And I said Power BI sometimes can seem easy because it can allow you to do things and you think you're making progress. Even right now, without relationships, without a lot of work, we can start visualizing stuff. Power BI kind of tries to help you. And you can think you're making progress, but if you've not done the basic principle, the core principles, you'll have bad results at the end of it. Now, I want to visualize the sales that have been sold. So what will I come? Sorry, I had already created some, I'm trying to save time. So I created some few items. So I'll show you how the data looks. Then, so for the table, the summation, I think it's the summation. In something that looks like E. Is that a summation, or what's the name of that sign? It's sum. If you see it, it's indicating that is a column, right? And it has, most likely it has numbers. Sometimes it's good to check on the data type. But I'm in the sales table, and you can see this is how it is. What I'm interested in is this sales amount, the sales amount that we brought here. And I want to show you something interesting. So in Excel, you can highlight a column like that, and it gives you a total. You guys know that? Let me, for instance, yeah, just this. I can see a sum, feature. The average, this thing in a feature. How do we move it? There is this is what I'm saying. The 198. You can see the 198. That is the system running its own calculations and trying to guess. You've highlighted. It says it gives you an average, it gives you a count, it gives you a sum. So that is some sort of intelligence from the system, from the Microsoft system, guessing what do you want to do with the data, and it gives you a measure. It's actually measuring the data and tells you, hypothetically, it could be this, it could be this, it could be that. Power BI does the same. We call them implicit measures. They are predefined. They're just there. And an example is, if now we come to, if I have a table, go to the sales table, go to the sales amount, and just drag it there, it will do the same. In the Excel, it randomly, it knows what it is. And if you come here, I'm waiting for it. Let it pop. Oh, sorry, I'll do that again. So I've dragged the sales amount column from sales. I've dragged it here. Alternatively, from a table, I can just place it here. I'll show you how I could do it, because I don't want to assume. Is it your water? Sorry. I can check the sales amount. This is a column, right? I can place it here and I can see it there, right? Oh, let me try that. Oh yes, you can see me hovering there, and I'm on the sales. I'm on the sales amount. I'm on the table. So on the extreme right, I'm visualizing a table, and when I expand it, I see all the columns. We are clear up to there? Sometimes I'm assuming. So this is how the visualizations. This is how a normal page normally is. This is for filters. This is for visualization. This is for the data. This represents all the tables that we have here. If I want to access what's inside the table, I come here and I can see all the columns. For now, I want to pick sales by amount. And we have seen that it is this row here. It is being represented there with a summation mark. I am saying if I come here and pick this one, I already have a table. And tables only have one thing in common in terms of visualization, because I've created a sample table which is empty. You only have columns. So if here in these, you can see the options is that I have columns. So I can just either two ways. I can drag it. I can pick we're now creating some visualization and we're starting with the table. I can either drop it there. It will give me the same results. You see it pops up as a column. Then, or I can also place it there. What do you call it? Sales amount, I can also place it there. If I place it there, my argument is this is an implicit measure. It's doing the same thing Excel did. It gave us three things, but it has assumed, it is gravitating because it has some intelligence, because it says sales, but it shows me here. In the column icon, if I come and do a drop down there, you can see it there. It has told me what it has summarized it with. It has just assumed that it wants to do a sum. I can change that to an average. So that is the system going through the data and choosing what it can do on all these things. So now that is very implicit. It's system. The system is doing it. Yes, please.
For most of us, we don't have, you see, like a box where you're placing the data into.
Yes. Or maybe the step I skipped. So don't click anywhere else. On here, I say if you want to start working with your data, you use the table. This is the table. A table is a safe way of visualizing it. So you click on that, and you can try and click on other, and you can see it will give you different things here. But now a table will only tell you a table only has columns. So a table, this is a matrix or a pivot table, but now the simplest, you don't want to complicate, you're doing that. Now that is how I'm able to know I visualize. So basically this is a table with one column, one row, and it's just telling me what it is. What I'm saying Power BI is doing is behind without me writing anything. It is doing calculations, guessing what I want to do. How do I know it is guessing? If I click on this, it is telling me I have the option of not to summarize. If I click on not to summarize, it will give me the entire data. Well, you might as well do that. You see, a list of everything is just picking the column and giving it to me, the one that I selected. Then, by default, it came by sum because it has some intelligence. Now I can say average, it will just go do the same. So these are the same things you've seen here. You see this in Excel, 66, 3, and 198. Now, these things are called implicit measures. Why do we call them in Power BI that? They are the systems. And you have very easy control. Can you be able to edit this? Same case. You cannot be able to edit, well, or manipulate or reuse these things, taking a column and dragging it into a visualization. That is the biggest challenge that most people who think they are learning Power BI do. Because you will see them, you can start visualizing stuff. But what you're doing, you're working with numbers from the system that you have very little control. Ideally, Power BI, best practice, build Lego blocks. You know Lego blocks? That's how you build a Power BI report. So you want to define from the very, very word go. This is sum, this is count. Your own definition, and you give it a name, and we're going to do that. Once you have done that, if you want now to say percentage of sum, you just subject whatever you had. It's like creating a variable. You have control because you defined it. It is somewhere. You can be able now to play with it, multiply it with things. Can I be able to multiply these with anything? No, it is just stuck there in the system. So the biggest mistake people starting out in Power BI, they use these things because you see how friendly they are. I can start dicing this data if I want. But now we've done an average. Let's go back to a sum and I'll make it big so that you can see it. How do I make it big? I come here. For people who've used it multiple times, they know the exactly what, but I recommend come here on the search icon. Whatever you want to do to your visualization, specify there. I want to make it big. So what I want to do is font, probably change font size. So I'll just do font and the size comes in. So I'll do probably 15 or 20. That is still kidogo, it's still small. I do 20. I've changed the font size. And I can see that that is, I can see that is the total sales of the entire database, right? That column, all of it has that much amount of money, 29 million. Now the question is, if I wanted to visualize more, let's say I want to see these by product key promotion. Now you see the sales table normally does not have a lot of text. I want to know which categories or which bicycles or which products are accounting for these. If you look at the sales table, it's not giving me much of that. It is giving me keys. It is telling me if you want to know more about the product, go to here's the product key. So if I want to slice and dice on product, I would have to close. I would have now to go to the product and find either product name or category. I'll say, let's say we do by category. And now you may have noticed something, and that is an accident, but a good accident. The category has come later and the numbers first. I want to swap them that way. Caution. You can see we have accessories, bikes, and clothing. That's what we sell. Bicycles, the accessories, and if you want some cycling gear, we sell. Now, if ever in your Power BI report, you see a repeating number pattern, this one, you are wrong. You have failed. If this happens, flag this one, because the truth is, in the entire database, we have sold 29 million. Is it true that bicycles sold 29 million, clothing sold 29 million? So what is the problem? The problem is we have no relationships. These two tables, this is product, this is sales, are not connected. The data is not communicating. Now I want to introduce one relationship and see if these numbers will change to show you the importance of a relationship. Clear? Note, underline, mark in red. See repeating number patterns. You're wrong. What are troubleshooting mechanisms? Data type. Bye. Check your data type, all of it. Check your relationship. Those two, most likely. Remember, we have not, and you see, we have not written any dark functions or anything, but hypothetically, we can convert these into something fancy here. That's why I'm saying people love running towards this, but now the work has not been done here. Now, how do we introduce the relationship? Basically, what I'm saying, these are sales table, these are category, and they are related. How are they related? Let's find out. If I go to the sales table, I'm in the sales table. Here, I can see product promotion. I can see something called, where did we get the category? It was in product, right? And in the very first key is a product key. Yeah. So this is what we're going to link with the product table, because the product table also has this. There's only one difference. In the product table, it is unique. Primary keys are unique. They don't have blanks. And that's why they identify us. Like your ID numbers. We don't have people sharing that. Once I say your ID, it is only you, Geoffrey, and nobody else. So that is the same thing. We're going now to go here. We visualized. Now let's come here and do relationships. There are two ways you can do relationships. I'll show you the best way. You can either, this is my product, which had even categories. That's what we're after. And it has a product key. For these, I've said it will be unique and without a blank. And same for these, it will not be unique, but it will be without a blank for the sales table. Now, you have two options. You can drag and drop, which sometimes works if the tables are small, or you can be very deliberate. I recommend the latter. So I can do this product key. Yes, we're together. I can drag it to here. Or the other way around. You see now the trickiness. I'm basically chasing it. Where did it go? Really? Okay, let me just make it a bit bigger so that I can see it. Product key here, I'm dragging it and connecting it to the other product key. This to this. Then a relationship will follow soon. That is the relationship. And then it has two important indicators. It has one. What does that one mean? There is only one product key here. Literally, it is unique. But in the sales table, can we only have the product appear once? The product can be bought by multiple people. So is the star, people who have done SQL. So this is one-to-many. Best practice, use one-to-many relationship. The other thing, where is the data flowing from? Gravity, top, bottom. So what is slicing what? I can say categories to slice my data here, right? Not the other way, because there's gravity. That's why I said we arrange our lookup tables on top, so the logic can flow, can stick in your head. Water does not flow this way. There are a few exceptions which we can. This is one way data will flow from here to here. Now, before we go to our visualization, what do we expect? We clicked on category here, right? It's loading. Wait for it. There. Category. And we said we want categories to give us sales amount. So whatever categories, whatever all the, what do you call it? All the categories that are here, because imagine you have an Excel file and you only summarize with the 3 categories that are there. That information will be transmitted. We are transmitting information using this cable. Communicating these two using what? This. And the direction is clarified, that it is this way. We're going down. You're telling them, come to this table, and the information you want is show only sales amount by category. The information should go that. Now, let's see the visualization if it has worked. Has it worked? Make sense? Those are filtered transmission wires for communication. That's the easiest analogy I can think about. And there is a direction. There are multiple options. You can, this now, again, as I said, we can see that our bikes gave us the most sales, followed by accessories and clothing. Now, we can still be tempted, like I said, to create visualization. I can just click on a watch, and I don't, we are told we get X data analysts when we hear people using donuts or donuts or pies. If I can click that, I start having visualization. It's coming, wait for it, just a doggo. This one, I click this and boom. Okay. Yes. See, now you can start having this visualization, and it starts to feel like it's good, but it is not. Why? Why is it not? Let me take it back to a table. I know it will take some time. The problem is you're already having visualizations, but you've already given the system a lot of control. These numbers are these ones, this sales amount. You did not calculate it yourself. These ones you are given for free. Do you want free things, Michael?
No.
So, whenever you find yourself in this situation, please, we're going to, you need to define your own DAX. Write your own DAX for some, for count. They are very easy. We're going to look at those. We are looking at some count and DAX. So let us do other relationships differently. For customers, it has a customer key, and we know in sales, we'll also have a customer key. Who bought the item? Now, you see, instead of me playing this game, I just come here on top, manage relationship. Then an unfriendly box will pop. And now I need to edit or new. I need a new one because I don't want to edit this one. So I click on the new one. Clearly it shows what I use as much as I'm advocating for this. I normally drag and drop, but I'll recommend when you're starting out, please use this box because it is very clear. I want now to connect customers and sales. I'll come here, say the tables that I want to connect. I want to connect my customers. I know the customer always have a customer key, unique. And then I want to connect it with sales, my sales table. And then I find the customer key. Sometimes it does it even for you. There'll be a one-to-many relationship. I'll say, okay. And a new relationship has been added. It will connect here. I'll do the same for another. I know customer. I know again, what else can we connect? The calendar, very important. The calendar and what? And the sales table. We say these are the drivers of these things. Now, very interesting things. Capness, what do we do now? We have a calendar. It shows it has a date key. And in sales has multiple dates. Problem. Then there is no problem. How do you proceed?
I mean, the sales has to get straight for us to determine which date we are relating, which date from sales is related to the date.
Okay. Which one is it?
But my thinking,
Yes.
or that,
Okay. What if I want to report on shipping date?
and if we do that, then it might need to be in database, we call it a compound key.
Power BI does not support compound keys.
In databases.
Yes. So, so normally dates. Normally we don't even have a date key. We just connect the date, and the date should be continuous. Have a calendar. Have a calendar table. Should be continuous. Should not miss anything. And the only thing that Power BI wants is this. Nothing else. Now, with that, if you don't have a calendar, where will you get one? Because I've said you always need to have, if you're reporting anything, always have a calendar. So a calendar is very easy to create. There are multiple ways. We're coming back to that. We're creating a calendar chapter, quick. So a new table. Now we're creating a table. You can create a calendar in multiple places. In the kitchen, best practice in the kitchen. We're not going back to the kitchen right now, so I'm showing you an alternative. We already have a calendar. Personally, I don't like it. It's just, it felt confusing, it had multiple things. We can still use it, but I want to show you how you can make your own calendar, and it can be clean and you can do a lot of things with it. I thought I clicked on new table. Yes. So you'll pop here, it will say a table. Now I want to have a table, and I want to have a table with only one column, only dates. I'll say, calendar equals, I'll say calendar, yes, two things. We have a calendar and a calendar auto. A calendar auto automatically scans your report, the system, and looks at the oldest date and the newest. That's something you can do. Still, if you're designing reports, do not give systems the power to decide for you. Be deliberate. So I'd rather have the calendar, which I've not used in a long time, and I specify what does it ask for. It's kind enough to tell me it wants a start date and an end date. So I'll give it a date. Date. What does a date want? Year. We want it was a start date and an end date. So we want to start. Let's start at 2012. Don't ask me why. Month, January 01. Day 01. So that is my calendar start date. Let's end it the same way. I'll say date, year 2025, month will be December, date will be 31st. And you can see, I want you to note that I'm having guidance. You don't need to know the syntax. I type, it kind of suggests what I need to do. So don't be afraid to do that. I enter, rename the table because we have a calendar existing. So let me, what good name should we give it? Joy? What should we name our calendar? Calendar 2. Now, let's visualize our calendar. Here is calendar 2. It has dates. It has a lot of dates. So this can now be used to connect with everything else. The only thing it lacks is the parts that we like. The month name, what have you, and all those things can be created here. I'll only create one or two. You guys can experiment with it in your own time. So for instance, you can add a column here. And I know you know how to do this in Excel. Who knows how to do this in Excel? Michael knows. When you have a date and you want to expand the calendar, you want to get the year, the month, what have you. It's very straightforward. A new column, I'll say I want to get year from these. I pass my, what do you call it? We say this calendar, year equals, what did we pass? We just want to pass year. And then I say calendar and calendar date to date. I'll get my years. If I want month, I do the same. You copy this formula and you do the same. If you want to extract the, what do you call it? We want a new column. Then I want a month, day, the same formulas you use in Excel. Different syntax, same logic. Month will be month, for instance. For month, I'll say just the same. I'll say month. Then here it will be month. So I'm just passing the parameter there. There. And I'll have a month extracting from date. Ama kuhang ama nini. Yes. So, and so on and so on. Month, name, day, whatever, this thing can go so much. This is the longer version of doing this. A quick version is go to ChatGPT, tell it to write for you a calendar starting this date, ending this date, plug it in the in M, connect here. Like easy. Why calculate numbers when things can do? The important thing is you need to know where they are, where can you change. So it's good to practice this. And I'm sure for you who are in coding, you're also using these tools a lot. So this is no exception. Now I want to connect this date, the one that I've created, to my relationships and tumalize haraka haraka sasa we. So I have a calendar 2, it has a date. Then we want to connect it to sales, and it has an order date. The 2 dates, it's an interesting scenario. There are ways of connecting the 2 dates, but we're not addressing that now. So who's missing? We have the calendar, we've missed it out. We have territories. Okay. What does territories contain? You come here, you can just come and check. Now this one, now we are not using it. We're using this. Ideally, when we go to the kitchen of Power BI, we'll make sure it is not loading. Now, what is missing is budget is not connected. So budget has a date that should be connected to the date. Let me just do this, is quicker. Territories has a sales territory key. Most likely a sales territory key is here. I connected here. Who else? Budget should also has a product key, so it should be connected to the product. And I think we are very, very good. We are very, very good. Now, your relationships are good. You have done well. Now, what you need to do, and now we're finishing on this, so that we're basically done a lot. You've created a relationship. You've seen how they're connected. This should not be here. You can expand your calendars. But now you need to have your own measures. We've seen we are using implicit measures. You need to have explicit measures. The ones that you define yourself. I've already done that, but I can show you how it's done. So instead of having this, I need to have my own sales amount defined. How do I do that? I go to the sales table, normally measures. I want to show you the difference. I've already created one. If you see these columns are like this. Anything that has a calculator on it is a measure that the icon that has a calculator, this one, the one that is called sales. I want to delete and recreate it. Yeah, delete the measure, yes. So it's very, very simple. I'm just telling the system the same way it has done, but this time without guessing. Go to a particular column, that's what you're going to tell. Go to this, well, I'm in this table, go to this particular column, aggregate all that column, and give me the answer. I have defined that. Now here is where we start parting ways with Excel. You see, now I have, in Excel, I did not have that ability of specifying exactly a particular measure and reusing it over and over. Now, I'll right click on any table, on any column, and there'll be an icon for a new measure. That one, you can see a new measure here. Can you see it? Yes. Also, there is a new measure here on the ribbon. Whenever you click on a table, it highlights table tools, you have a new measure. You can use either. Once you click, now, here is where the language we were looking at, which was very complicated, that made people feel things are hard, was M. What we are looking at is DAX. We're about to write our first DAX. And for the love of Christ, I cannot remember. Every time I have to Google what tax means. Somebody Google. It's data. Yes, I can't get that in my head all these years. So I want to I want to write my first tax. Very, very similar to what we do in Excel and very logical. And also it's intuitive. You'll just think, you give it a name. You are saying, what do I want? For me, I'll just say sales. Or I could say sales one, anything. Sales one or all sales. These are all sales. You're free. There are a few words that are withheld, but you have a lot of freedom. What do you want to do? I want to do sum. Sum of what? I go to a specific table. I'll say I want to go to a table called sales. So I've gone to the table. Sometimes there are shortcuts, but these are best practice. Go to the table, select the column you want to sum. What column do I want? It's called sales amount. This. And you can see it's auto-completing. So I have it. The question is, Emmanuel, where is it now? We have a new measure. It's called all sales. Where is it? A column, we can see it. Yeah? Where is it? If I go to the table, you see I've placed it in sales amount. If I go to the table, can anybody see it? Yes? This one? No, I'm not saying here. I'm saying, can you visually? All these columns, I can visually see them. Can you visually see a measure? No, don't look for it. The same way in Excel, tell me where this was residing. It was system. So measures are dynamic calculations that are calculated on the fly that you can't see, but you can visualize them, reuse them, and use them multiple times. Now, that is my measure. I want to show you something that is very, very important. That for measures, why am I saying, yeah, you could have just the difference between these two. This is a calculated, basically this is an implicit measure and an actual measure. So we have these all sales. I can still place it here and they'll be, you see, they're giving me identical results. But amplifier preference this. There are two reasons. This is reusable, and I'm trying to kind of summarize because you can teach these things until forever. This is reusable. I can now say average of sales. I can say I can divide these things. I can calculate customers and say average product per customer and something. I can use this. This is not usable. The other problem is when you are used to doing this, you bloat the file. For instance, if I wanted to know, imagine, well, thank God in Kenya this does not happen. If I wanted to, in most these databases from US, so we have sales and taxes excluded. If you wanted to find out the actual amount of sales, total sales including tax, what would you do in Excel? You say this plus this, then you get a new one. You can say sales with tax, right? Now, I want us to save this file and see the impact of doing that. Why is this one giving me an error? So we're going to save. The good thing is that we have done the model and people will be able to, let me open it. Now, where was it? It was Zindua. Where did I save it? Yes? Let me see. Power BI. I know I have, what was the name of the file? Yes. We can always do this and know the name of the file, right? Because I have, oh yes, I think I know what was the name of the file. We've saved without me, and I have multiple files that are the same. So recent, it's this one, and where is it? Open, I want to open, where is it? File, I want to find the file where, in the properties it was showing. Okay. Where are you seeing it?
Location.
Where is the location?
It's in your
Oh, here, yes. See OneDrive. Oh, sorry. I'm clearly tired. See OneDrive where? Desktop, Power BI, Zindua. So, it was just one level. Okay, and this, it has been saved. What's the last time we saved it? No, we're actually looking for sample. This is the one we're looking for. This is the one. So the size of the file, this is around 2 MBs. Okay, so let's try and add a single calculated column and see, because people who have used Excel, you'll see the data and you'll be like, I can add this, and you can add. No, nothing, no harm done. Once we have seen this, we'll have a quick conversation regarding visualization. It has been a long way. Now, how do you do this? You do it the same way you do in Excel. We're in sales, we want to add sales and tax, right? So Timothy, how would I do this? I want to add sales and tax using a calculated column, a new column. Like okay, controls. New column. Interesting. Columns equals to new. Let's see if we try this again. New calculated columns. Yeah, I have not used the new column in a very, very long time, and I'm wondering, I should have a name of the measure. I can see the name of the column. What was it? What is the new column? The new column we wanted to be. Let's see. Format, column tools. New quick measure. Basically, Just a minute. I know whenever you do new column, you are given the ability to calculate. Yeah, and it's not doing that right now. Pardon? On the tables here.
The top ribbon next to column 2. Table tools.
Table tools, and then I do a new column. Yeah, it's just saving without allowing to calculate. Okay. But I don't have time to debug. So this is let's see for a calendar. And we've just done that right now with the calendar, right? We've created new. No, this was not a measure. This was a calculated column. And then we have, yes, you can just, awesome. So you can do that here. Let's see if it should accept, delete this one. Let's go to sales. We're saying we want a new column. Table tools. We want a new column. Wait. Okay, so yes, I had gotten it. So we want to call this one sales. For a moment, I don't know why we had a hiccup. Sales with tax. Sales with tax equals, what is it equals? It's equals to sales amount. You just find the exact, then you add it with tax amount. Where is tax amount? Sales tax amount. Perfect. And sales with tax, that is what we have. It has added a completely new column. For every row, it is going and adding two. So these are actually waste. Let's delete them so that we don't claim that they are the ones which are ballooning our report. Even this one should not delete. So we have one additional column, sales with tax. It's a calculated column. Now we are going to save. We're saving this. And we want to see what is the implications. We remember it was 2 MB. Let's see if it has increased anything. Refresh. We've added a whole, this is refresh. Just open and confirm the changes were made. It has added around 50. Okay, yeah, mine is taking a little longer to show. Refresh. Well, mine did not add significant, but normally when you have very, very big files and introduce calculated columns, these results in a significant bloating of the file. So the best way I would recommend somebody to do this, because you want to leave the dining and have a quick conversation about visualization, is create a measure, a tax measure, the same way we've created a sales measure. Create a tax measure, go to that column, sum it all up, and add the two, rather than doing it for each and every row. So basically, that is about it for the dining. Where are we heading? This is more of a conversation, and we're going to speak. We were to do practice, we are late for that. Let's look at best practices in visualization. And we're going to do a poll. We're going to start with doing a poll. We're going to vote. So we have a number of dashboards on the screen. We have 4 dashboards. I want people to tell me, and everybody can quickly tell us, which one do you think is the best dashboard? We have a good look at what we have first. We have 1 and 2. Tuck it in. See if there is any of your favorite colors, something that you like. Then going to 2. We have 3 and 4. Have another look. Then everybody is going to tell us the number that they like. And we're going to start with Muhammad Ali. Muhammad.
Yeah.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell us, which one is your best? Which one do you like? Select between 1 and I can swap again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ikienda hivyo, tuseme kila mtu, everybody should have an opinion. It's a science. Between Mohadri,
I'd pick 3 years old.
Okay. Quickly.
I'd pick 1.
1. 1. 4. We should have, how do we do a quick poll so that we know which one wins? Ideas on yes, we do. Okay, for 1 up. We na Timothy nisaidie kuandika. How many select 1? 3 people. Sir, andika 1 is 3. For people who want number 2. She picks number 2. We have 2 people. We have 3. Now going once. So for people who pick number 3. So number 3 was Jesabu. Start. No, you can only pick one. You can only vote once. Everyone else. So for number 4. Hey, there's almost a tie between number 3 and number 4. We need those numbers. So number 3, let's go to number 3. Lift for number 3. And if we start, how do we count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Are there numbers there? All right, number 4. Number 4, we have 1. I count both hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, right? Okay. Now, we voted. Yes. Which the other category? How is the Power BI dashboard like a donkey? That's a riddle.
Straight.
Yeah, there's actually a reporting tool called Zebra BI, but okay. So just hold that dot. We know the numbers that have won. Now, what we want to do is see, what about in real life? We have a lot of data analysts, and we have a lot of people who are into data analysis. What kind of work do they do? And they are proud of their work. So a lot of work go on LinkedIn and post, and people give them thumbs up. So over the last week in preparation for this class, I've seen quite a number, and I collected quite a number of visualization, and I have them to share. It's delayed, it's coming. So I've selected 6 dashboards randomly that I've seen from my LinkedIn account. We vote again, right? So let's open the first one. And it's actually, it's not fair to vote until you see all of them, right? Yeah. So the first one is actually a Tableau dashboard, but dashboards are dashboards. We're looking at how best practices of effectively communicating using a dashboard. So if only it would, yeah, so there is a lady, I think she's from Nigeria, and that's what she's done in her dashboard. So let me be opening the others. We're going to go through all of them and decide. Open, how do you, as that is opening, I open the third one again. The fourth one. The fifth one. And the sixth one. So I think we have seen these. That is one. So look at the second one and let's see what's the engagement. Yeah, one comment, here I am also giving a thumbs up, and 8 other people. Well, so just for information, I think I've given thumbs up for all of them because I was going to use them. So my thumbs up should not weigh your opinion. Did I just cancel one? Also, the laptop one was cancelled. Okay, here's another one. Yeah, that is 2. Yeah, you can see Kaple's reaction. Okay, and let's see how did this one do? How did me and 12 others give a thumbs up? Remember what I said regarding people feeling Power BI is easy and people jumping and everybody claiming they can do dashboards? Yeah, that's the second one. I hope this one may load. Yeah, this one loves football. Somebody likes it. Alice, you like it? Alice likes that one. Then there is this one. Oh, sorry. What about that one? It's coming. So, what is making you to say some others?
Are they using the same?
No, dashboards are communicating different information, but they have an effect. There is one that a cup next to, and she was like, "Ooh." Yes, it was burning the eyes. Yeah. What do you think? What made you, if you are to vote? Now we only want, tell us the best that you like. We are looking at, this was 1, and I think we've lost one, but it's okay. This was number 1. Number 2 with the pink one. Number 3 for football. Number 5 that has an interesting purple. And number 6, nice pink with black. The girls like pink. Pink is not serious. Okay, so we've looked at the LinkedIn. So I'll quickly, we're going to go back to that, and we're going to assess how do you do a dashboard audience, a dashboard audit? How do you know whether yours is going to have the effect of, this is interesting. So dashboards, when it comes to visualization, there are 3 types. You can either be doing storytelling, and there are people who are really good at that. There are people when they open their mouth with very little visualization. I don't know if you guys have seen some CEOs who will only have one item or just something, and they'll talk and engage people. So that is interesting. Then there are infographics. Infographics are common in newspaper and very creative. They capture your attention. Then there are operational reports. So for one of my favorite data storing experience is from this guy. There's this TED talk that speaks about the best stats you've ever seen. And it's around the year 2000. And this guy is using very primitive, I think, software and Excel. And oh my, the way he explains about how, the misalignment of the global north and global south and birth rate and health issues, it's beautiful, even with a very simple tool. Clearly, that guy is really good at storytelling. I would highly recommend. TED Talk, the best stats you've ever seen. Well, of course, right now you might have seen better, but for me, I'm traveling the year 2000, 2002, 2003. Oh my. The kind of stuff that he does and how he engages the audience, it's beautiful. Now, we are not going to deal with that because dashboards mainly don't do that. You may want to explore that a bit, but today, for these sessions, we're not focusing on that as much. Infographics is the second thing, as we mentioned, really catchy in newspaper. I've tried that a bit with a newsletter that I helped corresponding to called Green Rising. I try a bit of infographics, fun, interesting, but also should have a lot of caution because they have the tendency of sometimes either communicating effectively or sometimes they can mislead or take center stage and not communicate effectively. So there is a balance, there's an art. I'm also not an expert in infographics. The thing that we really want to do and what Power BI does, it does operational reports. That's it. Things that you look at once, you should know what is happening. That is basically my bread and butter there. And probably for most of you who you have an interest there. You want to create something that will communicate very, very effectively, clearly. And you're bringing everything together. But do you need to have the first thing that we spoke about, storytelling ability when it comes to a dashboard? Do you think you need to have a storytelling to be really good, to be able to narrate, convince, tell a good story, captivate the audience? Don't miss them. A good dashboard should be like, I have not been, surprisingly, I've not been to Nairobi Museum. I don't know how it is, just use it because it's familiar. I have been to others. And what I know by the layout of a design, everything is intentional, structured in a way that even if somebody did not guide you, there'll even be guide strings or something to tell you now move this way. And then you can see the progression of things and the story that they're telling you, you can get it without somebody else telling you. So that is how a good dashboard should be. If you send it and people want a lot of clarification, you are wrong. Bad work. If you sell it and if people look at it for 5 minutes and they're trying to understand what is this really, That is not a good museum. So you need to create dashboards that are self-guided, easy to consume. The whole reason we have dashboards is we want to bring different aspects of business or something that you want to show and show what action points needs to be done, show a trend or something, an anomaly, but they should drive action. So a lot of color, a lot of fancy stuff, you're missing the point. I hope we get back on. I have slides. Okay. Should I try and share again, or what is happening? You're seeing it? Oh, so it's this one that has a problem. Okay. So for that reason, there is this thing data analysts call a power pattern. A power pattern in a dashboard. There is a pattern that guides people towards where they're going, what they want to do. By that, power patterns have a number of things. They clearly showcase high-level numbers. These are actionable. What is happening in the business? And we're going to see some examples. And where do they place them? Before we go there, now imagine that and I don't want to give away my, I don't want to give away my analogy. Imagine the, I would have wanted a paper. Oh, yeah, then no. How do you do this? We want to divide. I did not create that visualization. We want to divide this screen. Imagine we have, I can find something like that online. Because I want to clearly, we just want a square with one to four numbers. Where did I have that? Yes, in our visualization, we had that one. We had something like that. And what we had was this thing. I just want a square. You see, imagine, forget this. This is a Power BI dashboard, right? And not all areas do not have the same value. There are places that have more value than others. To layer on that analogy, imagine this is the map of Nairobi. And you have this, a particular land. There are places that are more valuable than others. So between the kitchen, dining. So these are just examples. This is land. This is Power BI space. Who thinks where is the most valuable? Who thinks the kitchen is the most valuable? Okay, that's a good number. Who thinks the dining hall is very valuable? We have very, okay. Selling. Who thinks is valuable? Eating. Eh? What is the least valuable? Dining. In terms of space. If you are selling real estate, where you would actually sell this the most. This is what you want. Who thinks this is the least valuable? Who else thinks differently? Which one do you think is the least valuable? The kitchen. Why? Give us the reason. Can put a logo here. Good. Somebody say this is the least valuable. Who said that? You should support your analogy. Okay. Now let's go back to the museum. We are going to come back to those things again. And where are we? We are here. Then we spoke about a power pattern. You need to have in your report, you need to have high-level numbers that are explaining what is happening, what is important. You need to break them down. You need to show trends and details. But I disagree with a lot of it. People say the kitchen was the least valuable. I say no. It's the most valuable. Why? Somebody said it was the least valuable. He can put a logo. So the power pattern utilizes this, but I've put something else as caution. How normally we read, where we start. We start from left to right. Then we go that way. So whatever we place here should be of very high value. Here is the least value, where my bottom right. See, that's where we finish. Like your eyes will scan everything. That's how you've been trained to read. With the exceptions of people who are in China or Japan. I think this is Japanese. I know it goes this way. I don't know it starts here or here. All I know it goes down. For Arabic, they go this way. So your most valuable piece should be here. That's what you want to capture people's attention. You do not waste it on a logo. 1. 2, you do not get distracted by colors. A dashboard, we're not waving flags. We want to communicate. Now, if we were just for a moment to glance at the things that, the reports that we have seen, the ones that have given people thumbs up, I actually did not mean it. I was giving thumbs up so that I can identify them later. How do you know what is the most important thing? These colors are good. He's sticking to superegos because they have green and white. That is the theme. That is what is leading the report. But can you identify a place that either something really good happened or something really bad happened?
Yeah,
Which one? Oh, it's actually it's also moving. Yeah, it's live. So my tip number 1, when you're using colors and you've seen the same for somebody else. This is such a bad example. You should not use it. No. That is too bad. Let's use a bad one, but not as bad as this one. There's no discussion, is there?
No.
And I'm clearly on a different page. Yes. There is a color that it is already, it is not a choice, it is a lifestyle. We're coming to that. Yes. I've not said you should not use color, and I've not said which color you should use. But how do you use color? What is the point of using color? Even nature does not use colors just like that. It is very deliberate on how it uses color. So, well, I am clearly, yes, this is what I wanted to show, but now it has hovered to a different one. This is what I wanted to show. Yes, we're here. Now, when you're using colors, colors should be indicators, should lead people. Remember we said it's like a museum. If you have probably a graph of good things and bad things that are happening, let me ask you a question. Do you think there can be an emergency meeting that our sales are very good? Oh, we are doing so well, we need to have an emergency meeting. But there is a point where if it dips, everybody panics. So if things are really going well or something has been going well, seriously, you don't need to have, in most cases, people have green and red. What's the green for? But do we need it? Is it necessary? It is distracting. You only need a red when it happens. And I'm using that as an example. All these background. Do you really need it? What's the purpose of the dashboard? You need to remove all other distractions that you have so that a person can be guided to what you want to communicate. It should be very, very clear. The problem is people forget what they're communicating, and you get lost in the art of creating colors, having shadows. All these things are distracting. That's why we say a good Power BI dashboard is like a donkey, not a, we domesticated donkeys. Why? They are useful. If you give somebody something that is useful, they don't mind how it looks. The looks go away. And I don't mean that to girls. This is a function, it's a question of function. Are you communicating? Are you leading people? Anything else that you do apart from that is a distraction. So what you should do and really put emphasis on, and I'm trying to summarize it, I know the time has passed, is use a lot of white spaces. Follow the important things first. High numbers that are actually important should be placed here. If you have a logo, probably here. Yeah, sometimes you can put it even here, how Dr. was saying, but very tiny, because it is, you don't want it to be the star. Highlight numbers here, that one is done. Breakdown here, very good, because this is the next most important. If there are trends, if there's something that is good. Sorry, I can, let me hover. Yes, you cannot see it. The problem is the contrast. How has he lost it? He's lost it because he started with the purple. The background was like, I want a purple report. What purpose is it serving? Now the purple dictated that you need to have another color. And then that color dictated something else. Please, remove all of it, have a white canvas, then only use color when you want to indicate something. Everything else is a distraction. Now, we've seen, yes, power pattern, Z. Most important, least important. It's debatable, and some of these things are actually an art than a science. But so long as you're actually adhering to the principles, to this principle, you're good. And that's when we spoke about this map of Nairobi. If everything is important, nothing is important. That is what we've seen in these reports. Everything is shouting. Everything is like yellow, green. So how does the person know, oof, this is bad? Or somebody spot, this is interesting because numbers are going well. So make sure that all these land cannot have the same value in Nairobi. Hey, there are some places if you touch, gold. So the top part should actually indicate something very valuable. Additionally, when it comes to value, what we're talking about is the indicators that you choose to have. Let's say, what do you think the split in this room of male and female is? For me, it looks almost equal, right? It could be 60-40. What if the general population is like that, it's 60-40? And you have some really nice data, and you'll see somebody taking a whole space, significant amount of space, to tell us the split of gender. Fancy, but what are you communicating? Do not communicate the obvious. Be very deliberate. What is this report, when the person who consumes it, what action do I want them to take? Again, we say this is not storytelling as you standing in front and communicating. It is a museum. People will be guided. They'll be led towards what you want them to do.
You do that with this Power BI?
Can I do what? This map?
Yes.
You can. We'll come to best. It depends. There could be other softwares, but it also comes with. I personally don't think maps, especially when you're doing operational dashboards, are the best. It's my opinion. I think there are better ways of visualizing data, and we're coming to that. What are the best tools you can use? What are the best visualization tools you can have? Now, when you are doing a dashboard, you need to remember something. In most cases, we do not see with our eye. We see with our brains. Why am I saying that? When you explain to somebody something, and they understand, what do they say? I see. Here. So we visualize things with our brains, and our brains also have a limitations. Another thing, one of the things that I'm cautioning when I'm having all these numbers is people in accounts who have done Excel, have worked with Excel, will want to replicate a lot of tables in Power BI. They may serve a function, but humans, we are bad with numbers. If you look at these numbers, you get overwhelmed. There is a way numbers, if these numbers were broken into small chunks, you might be able to understand or utilize them. I'll give you an example. If I ask Namajini Gisha evaporate, Cynthia,
Yes.
if I ask you a number, how would you say it? Well, don't say all of it, just say, drop the last two numbers. Say your number.
Any number.
No, your phone number, but don't finish. Yes.
474.
474. What has she done? So it starts with 07, then 474. She's broken it down to 07, then 474. Say the others. Don't complete, of course.
938.
Instinctively, you say 474, 938. But that number normally does not have that dash. We just like to break them down that way. So when it comes to presenting stuff, be it tables, be it complicated stuff, it's good to break, and I'm going to show you how. You can use a number of ways. Yes.
Another reason why we should be careful with colors is that people who don't appreciate color, and that those that are colorblind.
Yes.
I have a friend who's a data scientist who's colorblind.
And
So when they do dashboards like
Yeah.
that, they are very boring, and they have it.
yeah. Oh. So that's a good one. Look at how, by just highlighting, slightly change of tone, I'm just showing how in a lot of numbers, you can be able to simply use the example of the number, but highlighting, changing font, doing something very light. And now, if I asked you earlier, how many fives were here? Should move from the others, you'd struggle. The initial one, it was very difficult. You'd spend probably 5 minutes identifying the fives that were there. But you did not have to circle a red, make it pop, do something. Just changing the hue slightly, all the fives popped. See, they disappear. You move towards the other one, they just pop by very slight adjustments of what you can do. So be very, very subtle, because there are things that are subtle but effective without overly complicating, without making a dashboard a rainbow. Now, what are the best visualization to quantify stuff? As Timothy had asked, there are a number of things that you can use. We've seen one. We've seen the whole idea of kind of using intensity. So you can do these things. Oh, I might have touched these. Yeah. I don't know where I'm canceling. I don't know where I touched. It's a touch. Oh, okay. That's a good one. We need help. We need help. I did not even know it was a touch screen. I was like, what happened?
You even have a pen.
But you can still see on your screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the very first one is hue. You can change the color slightly. Can it help in visualizing whether quantity of numbers is increasing or decreasing? Highly unlikely. Intensity, a bit, and we're going to see examples. 2D location, a good example would possibly be having a scatter graph or a line chart. They are somehow effective in showing. They are. Orientation, not so much. Line length, and you can see examples. For me, what I really recommend, I like lines. We are really, really good in showing difference in terms of height. If I just stand before somebody, you can just quickly tell, even with a little, that I'm shorter or taller than them. But in terms of thickness, if you are to say who's thicker than who, it's a bit tricky. I think height, do you agree? Height and thickness, it's debatable. And that has to do a lot. One of the things that I see a lot of people liking and it's least effective is a pie chart or a donut chart. If somebody were to ask you to tell me what percentage this is, A, Capness, these orange here, what percentage? It's difficult and it brings that mental stress that you're really wanting to do that. But with lines, you make something, you're not thinking in terms of percentage, you're thinking which is bigger than what, and you can be able to see, is it half, is it slightly bigger? It's very, very clear. So these things, really, really good. These ones, bad. I'm not saying you should never use them, but they are not the most effective way on communicating. So the ones that I recommend, use line charts, use column and bars, tables, matrix, a card, multiple cards. These will never let you down. It's highly unlikely. If you use the other things, somebody will call you asking you, what is this report saying? What does it mean? You use these straightforward, boring donkeys, not zebras. People may not be like, but they look at it, they'll focus on the pattern, they'll focus on the information that you want to communicate, not how nice and fancy it is. Now, there is this thing we call pattern recognition. And that is how basically you can utilize this idea without overly using colors to make your graphs effective. We're talking about minimalism, simplicity. Now, imagine by just placing objects together. And my example is this. Oh, this thing is touch. I want to see if I exit, we might be able to see the one that is hidden. We have a class of 10 yellows here, but you don't think of them as 10. Yeah, I hope it's coming. Yes, this is what we're saying. We have 10 items here, but it did not jump to you between 10 and 3 groups. Which one is more obvious? 3 groups, right? You can just by placing them at the same place. Another example of proximity. These are the same number of points or dots, but by just either reducing the distance between these and these ones seem to be aligned this way. By increasing the distance between these and these ones seem to be aligned horizontal, this one vertical. Now, these are things you can either do. How do you utilize these in your report? Do you have things that you want to group together, things that are saying the same things? Bring them together. Is there information that you think is very, very important? Group it, or show, just highlight it with put a box, highlight to show that that is very, very important. It may be that in Power BI you have a scatter chart or scatter graph, and it does not have this, but you really want whoever sees that to know this is important. Put your own box there, because what we want is not somebody to call you and ask you what is the most important. You've seen this data, highlight. You see how nice and very faint it is here. Highlight it there to just show what is important. And these things, we're talking about proximity, things that are similar. I had one that showed very similar big boxes. It is hidden there. Yeah, still we can't see it. So another thing is our minds have a sense of completeness. If I ask you what shape is this, you'll not tell me two inverted things. You can clearly see that this is a rectangle, and your mind just closes the gap. So sometimes you don't need to put the entire rectangle. If you just did an L, yeah, that would show that you know that those things what you want to imply. I have some examples of how you can use either color, grouping things together, or lines to show things are okay. It's loading here. So these two reports, you can tell these and these are together, right? And these are together. It is very clear. So by just changing, we're talking about consistency, the things that you want to be together. Now imagine there's somebody who will put a rainbow color here and also some weird colors here, and he wants people to connect that you need to compare these and these, because these order count by country, order count by month. So they have some. We're talking about order counts. These are sales. So how they differentiate it is by color. The hue is different. This other person has decided, the one below, to do something different. Same diagram, but by just introducing one line, closing them, he's saying, oh, these two are together. The ones that are not closed are also together because they're not closed. So he did not need to introduce two boxes to say close these and close these. One was enough, or maybe if he chose to close that one, that would also have the effect. You can use white spaces to split things. This is a simple L. It did not go all the way. On the first one, they just use an L to represent a box to close those things together. This one is interesting, and I know it's very faint. Sales by country, they want to show the breakdown. So it leads to a line, a very small line, starting that shows how do you break them down. Now, those are just leading cues. Remember we said like a museum, it just tells you, oh, you reach here, but this is connected to this. Those are the small things. Your dashboard needs to be boring yet informative. If it is the other way, you're missing a point. Now, let me see. There are some best practices. Yes, we're talking about consistency. If you have a report, I'll tell you a fact for free. I did not selectively choose these LinkedIn examples to come and show you their bad dashboards. I picked like this. Just which one do I see? Oh, I'm looking for examples like this, like this. So that shows they are very, very bad practices. So what are the power? What? Let's see if we can summarize. Yes, I was talking about consistency. If you have a dashboard, it's still hanging. If you have a dashboard and you always introduce with a logo, you have a date. Then your work is growing well, and now creating dashboards for different departments. Probably the same people are consuming them. Be consistent. Your layout should not change. Let not everything be new and exotic. People are trying to find out what happens where. If you decide the logo will be here, it doesn't hurt for your stake to always have the logo there. And the things, how you structure them, if possible, make sure there is some sort of familiarity in your report. Don't create some exciting thrill of finding a maze of numbers that people have to discover every time you send them a report. So that is the other thing. Let's see if I can just look at best practices for. Now, we have seen that. Now, let us go back to people did some voting. I want to know if the numbers have changed. But yes, we want to know if the numbers have changed. I'm seeing time is not on our side. Why is it? My laptop is also hanging. So there is something we call a squint test. Squint test. If you do these by literally squinting, colors that pop, things that draw your attention. If you are to squint on this one, just do these. I hope I had separated it. I think these will pop, right? This is what will grab your attention. So as much as if it is grabbing your attention, and for you, this is what you want it to be the most effective, then you see they're using color in the wrong way. I normally don't think they look nice, dark dashboards, but there's something we call pixel economy. Think of it like normally Power BI comes by default white. Think of it like you're painting, and every change you're making to that, you're paying some money. So the goal would be to make the least amount of changes to that report, unless otherwise. So I know it may look attractive, but in my personal preference, I think the simpler the better. For me, I would be looking at the dashboard and wanting to know, is not what do I understand from that? At glance, can I know, is there a trend that is happening that I can tell, is this business doing well or bad within like 10 seconds? The rest are just to make you feel happy or to just make people, I don't know. So a spin test, you can apply that to some of these dashboards. Think about what you're saying, the power pattern, most important elements. So if you have most important elements should always be at the top. Here is also a nice place. Here, tables, things that unless somebody wants to drill to go and find out more should be here. Now, you're looking at that, you're looking at this. I want to know if people have changed their opinion. Yeah, yours is number 3. Michael, there's a question. Happiness has a question for you. And it's true, there is that element. You also don't want your report to be boring, but that should be the last thing, because the report was not to be entertaining. Only after it has communicated, now probably you can sprinkle. It could be. Okay, so pardon? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. This one is not done any. Okay. So what are your thoughts on number 1? Let us do a dashboard audit on number 1. What do you think can be done better?
I think if you also
What is this report?
That's the question I wanted to ask. It depends with what you present. If you do a presentation on something medical,
yes,
and somebody else that does a presentation or visualization on business,
yes,
or engineering and something else, and chemistry, for example,
yes,
the statistics and the presentation is not the same.
Good. That's a good point. Would I go to a museum and I don't know, the museum has no entry, it does not say museum, or it does not have any indicator of what it represents?
No.
No title.
Maybe you snipped it from the...
No. Good one. It did not have a title, so I don't know what is it about. Or where is it? Where can you see it? Yeah, I'm saying that the title of this dashboard. What is the purpose? If we say we're giving people a report
by product,
I know you can see it here, but I'm asking this information. Yes, when you send it to somebody, what? Yes, it is very. Have you seen what I've shown you in LinkedIn? People are like, I've created a nice dashboard in Power BI. Let me share, and people are giving them thumbs up. Very possible. So your dashboard should say, is it a sales dashboard? Is it a customer dashboard? Because we want to be very, very clear. This is what you're communicating. So many elements. Tell me, what insight do you draw from this one? Okay, tell me what is doing well here. What is doing well here? What is going on here? A really nice dashboard. This person has written crazy DAX. Really, really good. I see some clients with very, very impressive DAX. I don't know where to start to debug, but they'll do this. Then what's the point of all that work if you cannot communicate effectively?
You did not know what to bring to the venue.
Clear, maybe. Now let us look at this one. What is the problem?
The most important numbers were put in list variable
True.
12, 17, and then 30, 12.
Yes, utilize, always utilize.
Once you can't tell
Yes,
what they're trying to communicate.
but at least he said it's a sales dashboard, you see? Then this should be probably here. Well, the size is also good. These are slices, not the most important. That side, if you are to move it, then these numbers probably it's maybe something very important happening. Place them on top here because that's what we want to do. These could be important, so maybe it could be there. And then yes, this is not so bad being here. What have we hidden? Oh, it is another card like that one also, which could have been here and maybe a bit bigger. About the choice of color, I don't know. Black. Some people, yeah, if it's all black, maybe it's good. People are really defending their colors.
No. I was not supporting number 2, but in terms of
Yes. So what I'll tell you, Power BI by default comes with what it suggests to you is the best possible color. Those are the guys who designed the tool for you. So what they do, they give you something very faint, a light blue and a white background. That's how you know the person who designed the product is recommending you should use this. But because they've also given you all the other opportunities, you're like, I like a splash of mahogany. So look at now we're moving to the one which people really like. I've had number 3, and let us look at it and see what can be done. Yeah. So the sales dashboard, we know what it is. We have high level numbers. Probably we would have moved these here and taken and moved these. What do you call these? The sliders. Move them there. These we don't know what it's saying. Personally, a donut, very, very bad. You'd rather showcase with something boring like this. I can see that there is a change as much as I cannot read, but is this bigger than this? You see? But it's high. I can tell that even by the position itself, it's obvious that this is the smallest one. You cannot be able to do that to highlight the smallest one. So best practice, please avoid donuts. I know they are fancy. They look good. Leave them for the cops. I know. So now I like trends. In most cases, please look if you're telling people a story. This has been happening, and you can combine. Have more line graphs. Have line graphs. They're good. Bar charts. Those are good. What about this one?
Looks like system generated.
But what did we say about the people who gave you the system? So probably choice, maybe font. Basically, I like what is happening. The key numbers on top, a little bit of things that are going on here. Then even a more, if you're interested, the smaller the details, you're pushing here. If somebody really wants, and there's also a trend. It may not be the best, but in my opinion, number 4 takes the day.
But in those numbers, what are those? What is the essence of that line?
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Is a trend. It is a trend of this. Is that telling you? This one is telling you. You remember what you're saying when you give people a number? It's actually Actually, these are best practice. Whenever you use cards, sometimes a card, this one, if I were to look at it, 5615, do I know, are we doing well, bad? Here, I can see this is the highest we've been, because at the end of it is when we are summarizing. I can tell we've been better because we are here. See the difference?
Yes.
That line is adding some in a very safe way, because nothing much is going on. Yeah, you're free to use the colors, but if you're going to distract, if they're good, yeah.
This one made the dashboard.
You think that was system generated?
Most probably.
It is good.
Yeah, most probably.
You should aim to be like the system. Follow the system. Make your dashboards boring. Let them be donkeys. They'll communicate very effectively, and they'll be nothing distracting. Look at the hues and the colors. Like nothing. If you have to squint, you know these numbers pop, and this is most likely important because it's kind of given attention. Maybe that's what they want. I don't know. The squint test is unless the owner tell us. But for you, when you finish, squint a bit and see what is really popping. If I squint with this one, also, if nothing is important, if everything is the same color, nothing is important. So at least there should be something that pops a bit if your data is popping. So now, we spent quite a bit of time looking at these things. I would have loved we create some visualization, but the time is not on our side. What we have and where we've reached is a point where we've created, we've cleaned data, we've created relationships, we've seen how to do that. Now, the opportunity that you have for you is to play with the colors and create a dashboard in the coming week. And the Zindua team will tell us where to share with best practices. My recommendation, don't go too deep on that. We did a sum, right? Do a count, do probably a variance because we have a budget. We have, what do? We have, we had a budget, we had sales, we had budget. So it would be very interesting. Imagine having sales on top, having a variance, having a percentage variance, because those are the things that are leading. Imagine dividing the sales by category, showing which category is doing well on a nice chart. What else can we do? Show us who are the top 10 customers. What are the top 10 products? That would make a very good table. What else did you show? Show us a trend. Are we doing well? Imagine the same categories. We have accessories, we have bicycles, we have, what was the other thing? We had that thing. Yeah, and clothing. If we were to give a trend of 1 year or multiple years and show from January to December for a particular year, what is really doing well and what is new, that would be interesting. So enjoy practicing, enjoy working on that, and hopefully, yeah, you will start creating better visualization. I did have one last thing that I wanted to discuss, and we'll do it very quickly. Time is up. Don't just do good work, tell great stories. That is in line with all the LinkedIn we've seen. You people may laugh at that guy who posted a pink dashboard, but he's communicating. He's showing people he's using Power BI. He's not just doing work. He's not doing good work, but he's telling stories. That is part of telling stories. Your next opportunity of employer, how will they know you? Unless they say, if a big tree falls in the middle of the forest, what do they say? Does anybody notice? So basically, what we're saying, you may be as good as you want. I may have some very good practices in terms of creating dashboards, doing a lot of work. But if I do not tell my stories, you may complain, my employer does not appreciate me. Do they prevent you from posting it on LinkedIn? So communicate. If there is something you're passionate about, put it there. That's how you tell your stories. LinkedIn and networking. A lot of emphasis on that. So I would recommend all of you guys to find each other. You have a common interest. You'll know what is happening. Connect in your own individual ways on LinkedIn. That is how you'll still find opportunities. Now, number 3 is very interesting. AI. Should we be concerned? AI is doing phenomenal things. Phenomenal, beautiful. Yeah, what you're saying, it may be able to generate very, very good, very, very good dashboards very soon. But here's the thing. A few years ago, I was not in the industry, and I'm sure when the internet came, there was such disruption. I would be lying to say that AI is an invention that is not going to shake industries, all industry. I'll give you an example. 15 years ago, because of these phones, a lot of people lost their jobs. Like imagine like 15 years ago. This is your wallet, your calendar, your phone, your radio. A lot of jobs got lost because of these phones. They just cannibalized the entire market. But now we have social media marketers. We have people employed by Facebook and Google and all that. So when as much as technology, it's true, AI will have a huge impact, especially on data analysts. But you want to know Power BI well enough or data analysis well enough to be able to work closely with AI. If you cannot know the best practices of data modeling, if you cannot know the best practices of visualization and what have you, you will not be able to keep up to fully utilize the power of AI to move to that job that I don't know the title today. But it is there. In 5 years or 10, probably 5 years, there'll be jobs that even today we cannot imagine in different sectors. For us, people in the data world, yes, I am shaken. I see ChatGTP. I have has a data analyst section. I've seen last week for people who are doing software development, there is an AI fully dedicated for that, doing a lot of good work. So we are not fighting AI. We cannot fight it. You need to work with it. And as I said, there are jobs. If 15, 20 years ago, you told your mom you want to be a social media marketer, how would you explain that? Mobile banking and loans, Tala. Those things are not there. So believe you me, there are lots of opportunities. But for you, in our field in data, we'll only know if you're really good at what you're doing and you're keeping up. You'll move with AI. Use all those things to move. Now, how can your work, number 4, how to get you work, and be impactful and grow. So I know people are in different stages of their career. Some people are starting out in data. And we had a conversation, I think, with George. You need to start to believe that what you're doing is actually impactful, that can actually bring solutions to people. There are a lot of companies in this country that do not have data analysts. They do not even know they have a need for one. It is you to tell them that they need you and to show that you can do that. And again, as I said, I would recommend you starting working not with dummy data, find actual data. Hospital, a friend who has a small shop, anywhere you can get data that at the end of it, you'll sit and showcase what you found. You can automate their data. You can do something, not for free. There are different forms of payment, of course. I don't like being paid by exposure. So see if you can get something out of it, because this thing is actually valuable. If you're willing to give it for free, I would also be skeptical. So we're also not saying you claim to be an expert. You're approaching people, prospective people. Again, I like LinkedIn. Approach people with small businesses. The difference, personally, I have a passion for small businesses. The difference between, we know our economy is run by small businesses, but small businesses cannot afford data analysts. But you guys can approach people who are selling cars here, people who have small pharmacies. What you need to know, what the goal here is not to get a ton of money, is to get some experience and to actually have impact. If you can help a guy who has a chemist to actually really streamline their sales and to know what to order and what he's doing well, and the day that they can close and go for leave because sales normally dip, that is useful. So I don't know a formula of where you can get a job, but I know you need to be proactive. By the time you're seeing a job post being advertised, we have exhausted in that company, or in the, at least where I come from, we'll first of all internally try to promote somebody internally. There is nobody with those specifications. Then we're like, do you know anybody? We speak that internally. Then nobody knows. Then that's where we'll be like, there's a job. Now, it is your job to step up your game and to make sure that even before these jobs are advertised, you are having a conversation because you are passionate. You know that you can actually provide solutions. Unless, so you're not going to asking for any job. You're saying, yeah, I believe I can do something for this. And believe you me, every field, we are very fortunate people in the data world. Which sector does not need data? So we would be the last people. Yeah, probably only the dead. So, yes, be proactive, reach out to people. And yeah, we can provide solutions for local. You can get employed. The same way we use data here is how they use abroad. The same concepts, the same principles. So before you get that big gig, yeah, help that mama who has a small duka there or a small supermarket. Yeah, there's lots of small supermarkets in where we live. Believe you me, can they afford a data analyst and pay them 100K or something? They cannot. So you use that, speak to them, and see if you can get an opportunity to help them with their data. Lots of them are struggling. Oh, lots of them do not know they're struggling. They are doing guesswork. That's why some supermarkets are failing in this country. Stocking by, we feel this product is moving. So we can't live like that. Now, moving on to the importance of a community. Yeah, this is a good community, Zindua. You guys can also find people who have something in common, like really see if there are groups on Facebook, on LinkedIn, whatever, that you can actually be there to make sure that you're learning and to know the opportunities. Don't do this alone. We are there or online. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine and I was asking them, 20 years ago, if there was a guy who was really, really good at repairing vehicles, who would know? Or maybe 20 years is not long enough. It's only for me. Let's say that a guy was really, really good at a good fundi, a good mechanic. People would only know him in the village, right? Because it was word of mouth. Today, is that the same thing?
No.
Today, it's not. This WhatsApp status that you're sharing, brand yourself as a data analyst. Let people know what you do. Data analyst right now is not rocket science. If that's what you're aiming to do, maybe people may not know Power BI because that's probably more an in-house tool. But yeah, data analyst, business analyst, let people know this is what I do. Your friends, your family. WhatsApp status are good for that. So there are opportunities today for us to brand ourselves seriously and focus. Niche down is very good. I would say if you really want to do Power BI, it would be good if you knew Tableau as well. But do we have, from our sample that we've seen on LinkedIn, do we have enough people who know Power BI well enough and are doing practices? The people I've shown you are randomly from Kenya. It is needing, the space needs people who are serious about it. So if you choose Tableau, go that way and be good at that. But touch Power BI, Kidogo, touch that one, do networking, do that. You'll end up being a jack of all trades. Highly recommend, niche down. Be very, very clear. Who do you serve? What tool do you use? How do you do it? It should be very clear. I've spoken about the importance of real data versus dummy. Yes, finally, building your career on tech. This is very dangerous. Power BI, coding, languages come and go. So when I'm speaking about niching down, it's Fortunately, probably the company that teaches happens to employ you. If it is in medicine, you will know that language very, very well, and you'll be curating your services as a data analyst for the health sector, because you know how that, you know the language, their problems, the challenges that they have. If it's for me, I want to niche down to train people in data analytics. If I say Power BI may come and get impacted by something else, or AI may come and take over. Basically, what I'm saying is, please, tech keeps on changing, but a niche, a specific niche, if it hardly changes. You can be very knowledgeable in a specific industry, and that would be very valuable in you in terms of getting a job. That is all from my end. Thank you so much.
I think that was really powerful. We're definitely gonna get projects to do, but we'll give you more details. I have a short presentation just to build up on that which you've already discussed. Then we just retrieve my laptop to, take some time to let that thing.
Yes. I don't know one that's the cause. I honestly don't know. I'm not very surprised with math. There is something I want somebody to report about. So we use that. So what I know is that they are on and have marks that can enable you to change codes, colors, and what to do. And if you make money,
Just share the screen. So you announce everyone can volunteer how you felt. And then was
She's been very very sad. Okay. Okay. Yes. 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 For your information, Google Maps is very customized. It's very easy to customize actually.
Believe you've had enough time to reflect and let the content sink in. So I just have a short presentation for you. But before I do that, I'd like to maybe get by show of hands who's going to tell us about what their experience in today's session was. Anyone who wants to give it a go? Maybe 3 or 5 people. Just explain to us what it is that you learned, what stood out for you, if your expectations were met, and what are you planning to do after this?
I think to save on time. It was an enriching session. I liked it personally, and I'm sure everyone has gotten something from it. The only thing should be more we can do maybe a follow-up from my side, just to gauge the understanding of everyone, because I know that the teaching bit it comes down to being on your own, trying to do one, two, that's where the really thing comes in. Okay.
Your name, please?
Michael.
Michael. Someone else? Anyone from this table? Now that you're closer to the fire.
I'd love to say it was so insightful. For me, I am a newbie in this, and it was so much interesting to know that there's much you can do with data visualization. Other than doing the paper thing, I learned now for Power BI, and it's an awesome experience. Definitely, I'm going to do more projects, and I believe all of us are going to do. Plus, I've also learned about networking, plus being into communities where you get to know about other people and what they do. Yeah, also encouraging and impactful.
Awesome. Let's hear from this table. Something new you learned, maybe you didn't have an idea of in Power BI, any assumptions, any myths that were demystified today?
Yeah, the relationship between tables was unrelevant. So the fact that you are sorting those people and find information is the same. I didn't really realize it was about the relationship that makes it now be able to carry on from one table to another. He has really guided us on the right direction and still on the steps to take on how to handle projects. So from the end to end, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't want to leave someone out. You want to tell us about what your experience was, just in a nutshell. Enjoy, you seem very happy about it. Sorry? So you think you seem very eager to tell us something. Maybe I can say. So far in my internal learning, I'm going to use Python. So getting to learn about Power BI was very interesting. I definitely go to use it extensively and practice on it because I've realized it's another channel to do your analysis. Right? So yeah, it was very impactful. I'm glad I attended the event, and I go back home very packed and with more knowledge. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Victoria. I'm the training manager at Zindua School. So I want to thank you, the people who have given out their experiences. So some of you got experience, we have something for you, but I need you to follow me. Yeah, if that's okay. And then medical care, the review.
Okay, let's continue with the I want to highlight something quite important about how now we're moving economics in the data science then. Maybe just quick show of hands, how many of you are stoked on data science? How many have gotten their curiosity piqued on just advancing beyond Power BI and improving their analysis skills now that you've gone through cardinalities, tables, you've interacted with a lot of the analysis side, whilst you may be expected just to focus on visualization. I believe it goes for most of us actually, and just to move a little bit faster, I want to highlight a few things about your data science journey and how you can build up on that curiosity, build up on that new beginning that perhaps you've got for anyone who's gotten introduced to data for the first time, or anyone who might have had some knowledge and experience but want to further that on. So just moving on, I want to highlight when you hear about this term of data science, AI, sometimes you get confused. And what's important is knowing what it is, but also how to get there. So I'll just speed it up and just move to the slides. So definitely you've heard about the domain of data science. There's a bit of a lag. I want to highlight the different careers in the data science life cycle. Maybe during the session you got to touch on the process. You clean the data. Most of it was already collected. So you clean it. You've explored a few elements of your data, but then you cannot go into modeling really. And that's what data science is usually about. Trying to predict new things, trying to classify, trying to find patterns that might not necessarily be obvious. And spans a lot of careers in data science. We have data engineers, those who want to connect the different databases, your different data sources, your ETL pipelines. We have data analysts, which I believe most of us are in that career path already. And even within that section, we also have the other nuanced careers. You can decide to just become a data storyteller. You can decide to be a data visualization expert, data visualization specialist. But data science is all encompassing, so it has that much going on. So those who are specifically just ML engineers, they focus on developing those prediction algos. Right now, if you're trying to take your Uber, if you used to one route, maybe from your home, the first 3 predictions will usually be the routes you frequent the most, right? So those are just some of the examples of how data science is applied in your day-to-day life. So you can decide to become so many things in the data science life cycle. I'll just move a little bit faster. Maybe some of this information will be shared with you. something I want to highlight is shaping your career in data science, which is quite important. Is the learning bit, and the learning bit problem we usually face is you don't have the right topic selection. Somebody tells you about Power BI, but you really don't know in Power BI what should I be learning. The key tenets are maybe you should be learning the Power Query syntax, the M language, the DAX, the visualization principles, etc. But if you don't have that honed in, you might be overwhelmed with the content because let's face it, content is everywhere. But if you don't know what you need to learn in those specific process, then in a sense you're a bit lost. And that's why some of these events are important, because Robert might have touched on something, and then it sparks your curiosity on what do I need to learn on that field. Also learning, because without saying, you need to form habits that propel you to that. And as many of you can attest, self-paced and self-motivated learning is quite hard, especially in tech, because you get stuck somewhere, you need someone to help you unlock something, and maybe that's where your mentors, people who are gonna be before you come in to assist you or working in groups. Something that's also quite important is learning while doing projects. I think this was very practical. It helps you realize the areas that you thought you knew, but you didn't know. It also helps you with a bit of communication, trying to let people understand, empathize with the problem you're solving, and then now there's the job search element. So, and lastly, which is foundational, is community. And I believe now that you're here, most or all of you are part of this Zindua community. You have access to our Slack channel. You'll be getting communication, and these are some of the ways you become part of a community to develop your career in data science. So I'll just highlight now what skills you need in your track as you learn data science, the different skill sets, and lastly, this slide is being problematic a bit. Hopefully, get to solve it. Before now, I highlight to you how as Zindua we can help you get here. Okay, so this is the roadmap. This is the typical data science roadmap, what you need to learn. I'll try to just clean on the details of whatever skill sets you need to learn at each of these stages. It's more like a circuit, for those of you who are F1 fans. There's the data analysis component, what you need to learn to get you started with data analysis. This is what you need to learn to get you started with machine learning. Now, once you're done with this roadmap, you can comfortably call yourself a data scientist. But of course, it goes without mention that you need to continue doing those projects. You need to continue interacting with new literature, new content. What matters is the right topic selection, right? So you need to understand, for example, the first one is usually just databases. You need to understand SQL, you need to understand what are relational database management systems, what are NoSQL systems, and how do you retrieve data. So in databases, you need to know how to query them, how to design them, and then how to increase their performance. For this, we have a 30-day challenge currently going on, but we do have that twice a year. So within 30 days, you get to learn all these SQL and database skills. It's not part of our core program because we have it already catered for the 30-day challenge. We also have Excel, Power BI. Doesn't have to be Power BI, it could be Tableau, but BI in general. I would say, okay, now we're covering Tableau in our 30-day challenge. Power BI, you've already interacted with it here. I would say sometimes we discount Excel maybe, but as a data scientist, you need the tool that will solve your problem the quickest. And Excel or spreadsheets in general just come in handy in most cases. You also need to learn a programming language, usually Python or R. Our program is Python focused because that's the tool that is used mostly in industry. There are more libraries, there is community to develop some of those nuanced applications. Once you're done with the three, you can now start doing data analysis projects. You can start applying for data analysis jobs. And then you move to Python data analysis. All these are covered. These are 5 weeks, 5 weeks, 5 weeks as well. Every week you're doing a project, and then after the fifth week you do the capstone project. Or rather, in the fifth week you do a capstone project. So capstone is just to encompass all the learnings you've had. So I hope that I promise this is more or less the last slide I'm going to extensively talk about, just so that I don't waste any of your time and don't keep you here any longer than necessary. You will also learn Python data analysis. Okay, so in Python programming, 4 weeks. First week is just the introduction, the foundational elements. The second week, you're learning about functions, intermediate stuff. The third week, you're learning about how to connect to web